So, today I am doing Resto Druid Keystone Hero. And I'm going to be honest, this is the first one that I think I am kind of nervous about. Because I've mentioned this a few times, but I have never played Resto Druid before. Like, genuinely never. I can't even think of a time when I've oh yeah, played it like a little bit as an alt. Which, I think technically at this point, this is the only healer. Well, and by that I mean, outside of leveling. I did at one point test Resto Druid in dungeons, but honestly, it was I tested it for, I think, a few leveling dungeons way back when, for 30 levels or something, just to demonstrate that it's not good for leveling, just because, obviously, while you're leveling up, healer damage is what actually matters, not healer healing. So the best healers, obviously, while leveling, are able to do their damage while also keeping people alive, like Holy Priest, like Disc Priest, even like Resto Shaman, and Resto Druid. Resto Druid actually does have, from what I've seen, some interesting stuff, which I'm going to be running. So here are the talents I picked out. So there's Call of the Elder Druid here, but it's all the way down in the capstone section, which, this is neat, I guess, but generally speaking, when you play healers for leveling, it's for the early level dungeons, up to 40-ish at the absolute latest. And priests have a lot of good options at that point. Shaman has Acid Rain pretty early on, and Resto Druid doesn't. So it's never been viable for that reason alone, but then also it's in the same class as Guardian Druid, which is one of the best leveling specs in the entire game, which I've used for multiple records. So there's never been a reason for me to even really experiment with it. And in the process of trying out other specs, I've never really had an opportunity to play it. Mistweaver is definitely one of those where, if you haven't been following along with the challenge, right, we are done with Prez. That was the first healer. I did Disc Priest yesterday. I'll probably do Holy Priest towards the end of the challenge, but since a few people have asked a few times, I'm not making a second Priest for that. It's just towards the end. At one point, I will, with whatever gear I still have in that Priest, respec into Holy, and then do 10 more dungeons. I might even do them on 12, all of them, to give Holy a bit more of a challenge, since I will technically have more item level by that point. We'll see. I don't really think it will make that much of a difference. If I figure out Holy, I figure out Holy. And I've played Holy a little bit before in the past. Not a ton, but I've messed around with it at times at max level just for fun, and also I've played it a lot while leveling, because it has at many points been a genuinely viable leveling spec, so I am at least familiar with the core gameplay loop of how Holy plays. And Resto Shaman I played quite a bit. That one's still left to go. Remaining, I think, outside of Resto Druid, Holy Paladin is the one that I know the least. I played that very little, but I did briefly do a handful of +10s with Holy Paladin at the end of War Within, because my co-tank needed, well, at the time, my co-tank needed I forget what it was, a trinket or something like that, and we didn't have enough people in the guild who were able to funnel him. So, because, he was tank, I said, fuck it, you tank, and I will play, because at the time I was playing Paladin, I will play Holy Paladin and figure it out so that I can funnel you the trinket. If I recall, actually, I did loot it, so it worked out in the end. And while I did a cursory, review of Holy Paladin at the time to figure it out, I did not feel super comfortable on it, but we did time the keys, it was fine, so I at least feel like I have a very basic understanding of Holy Paladin, and hopefully when I do that, it'll be a little bit easier. And then, what else is left? Mistweaver, I have, at points, actually played a decent amount. So far, the only time I have ever healed a Mythic Raid Boss kill, 2 times, was Iminar the Soul Hunter and Sun King Salvation. Both those times I was playing Mistweaver. Now, it's not something I played a lot recently, so I will be rusty on it. So, compared to Prez, Disc, and Resto Shaman, which I have played quite a bit in the past few, the most recent few patches, I will be rustier on, or brand new to all the other healing specs. But Resto Druid, genuinely, this is the only one out of all of them that I've never played at all. This will be my first time ever seriously playing it, and I'm going straight into plus 10s. The nice thing, though, is it's going to be on my own key. So, well, you know, upside, it's my own key. Downside, it's fucking by Sara Caverns, so... Yeah, I am going to have a trial by fire on my very first run of Resto Druid. Obviously, before doing this, though, I have done my research. I have tried to make sure that I understood as much as I possibly can. And the thing with this is, I looked up some of the top Resto Druids. I didn't realize how bad it was at this point. But apparently, ever since they slightly nerfed Resto Druid earlier in the season, literally every single top healer has abandoned it, which I don't think is even the case for, like, Prez. There are still some people playing Prez at a level, I think, higher now than Resto Druid. But I don't know if this is just, like, all the people that were dedicated Resto Druid mains have now, like, main swapped, because it was, like, really good early, and now they've all abandoned it to play Mistweaver, or if Resto Druid is actually just not good now. I really don't know, but it was really surprising. I looked through, I think it was, like, the top 25 Resto Druids on Raider.io to see their talents, and not a single one of them has gained score in the last 9 weeks, which seems fucking crazy to me. I don't think I've ever had that happen, where, like, I'm looking for top builds. So it does concern me a little bit that it is possible the builds that I have gotten are just out of date, because it looks like the moment this got slightly nerfed, everybody fucking abandoned this spec, which really, again, I have never seen. Like, I've been doing many, like, Keystone Hero challenges over the last, like, year or so, learning specs from scratch, and I cannot remember a time when every single top player that I looked at has completely abandoned the spec. So that was a little bit unexpected, and also has made me even more nervous going in. There are some things, like, for instance, a lot of the top restos I saw were running, like, this talent, reduced Ironbark cooldown, and that makes sense to me, because I would imagine that in very high keys, Ironbark is really powerful. It lets you, you know, have an extra external and stuff. But I did see some people recommend, like, improved wild growth instead. And, like, you don't run regenerative Heartwood, this, so you would do, like, improved wild growth, and then some people were running, like, one of these talents, I forget which one. And was like, okay, I don't know, but all of them were running this, so... You're using the Moonkin Wildstalker build from Wowhead? Moonkin Wilds? Like, what do you mean? Like, the Moonkin Weaving build with, like, Call of the Elder Druid? Or, like, are we talking about balance? Because I looked at Wowhead and it was similar. It had... You need Rip and Rake for the hero talents? You do not, no. That is something I am very confident in. That I looked at multiple guides, and they said, no, you do not need to cap form for Wildstalker. And then I looked at multiple top Resto Druids on Raider.io, and none of them were talented into this stuff. They don't play around this section of Wildstalker at all. Now, again, if that has changed, and, like, please link me sources if that has changed, but I looked at enough stuff to at least feel confident that Wildstalker is run just for the healing component. And like, even if I go to... if I go right now to... Yeah, I think I looked at... I don't know if I looked at Dorky, but I definitely looked at J.B. If you can press Spinning Crane Kick, you can play Mistweaver. Yeah, I heard the same thing. Am I getting pings? Let me check logs, because I'm pretty sure even on bosses, people are not playing the feral stuff, and I'm pretty sure that is the best possible case on single target. The Caster Resto build, no more cat stuff, yeah. I could not find anybody actually running it. It looks like on like a single target raid boss fight, which obviously is not indicative of M+, so I didn't use this as a baseline, but I'm just using this to demonstrate. There's actually more people in raid bosses running caster talents or caster damage talents, mind you, than, like, Rake and Rip. And if I look at damage for Resto Druids, it looks like the number 1 damage Resto Druid on, what am I looking at? Midnight Falls is running cat talents. They are basically cat weaving. Okay, so, and they're like spamming shred, putting rip up. So I can believe that what's it called? Like, for pure single target damage as a Resto Druid, it might be worthwhile to run Rake and Rip, but there's a reason why nobody's running that in M+, and then also, obviously Starfire gives you more. The way that, the build that I'm running, which, somebody said this is the, apparently this is the Dorky build. This is just the build that I saw everybody playing. So if Dorky came up with it, then, like, good on Dorky. But this is just the build that I saw. But it runs this talent. So it looks like there's some, like, Boomkin weaving involved, where you, like, you Star Surge, and then you get this buff that makes your balanced damaging ability stronger. And then Wrath and Shred transfer their damage, Starfire and Swipe. So I am guessing that this just, you do way more damage on AoE with Starfire, and this does way more healing than if you spam Swipe in cat form, which makes sense to me. But again, look, I'm not the expert here. I'm just telling you the research I did. This is what everybody seems to be playing. Everybody's running the caster build. The build you have there will work fine. It's the exact build you use. Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, I was nervous a little bit because I normally try to look for the most recently updated stuff I can find, but I couldn't find any really recent resources. So, we'll see. But I figure if people have been clearing 21s with this, then it's probably going to be fine for 10s and 12s, I would hope. And I did see there were some people running, like, very defensive talents, and some of those I opted not to run. I figured wouldn't be as important. I'm running, like, more crowd control stuff, just because I know that a big concern, obviously, at the highest key levels is getting outright one-shot. I'm not going to be doing, like, as much shifting into bear form as I'm sure you would need to do at, like, a plus 20 key to survive. So I have most of the important stuff, like I am still talented into Frenzied Regen, etc., but I'm not going to be running all of the crazy stuff that they are. Resto Druid is still really strong healing. It's the damage that's lacking. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense, yeah. If that's why, like, it really did surprise me that everybody ditched it. I guess it's probably if the damage is low, and now, like, pretty much everybody's running bear, then I guess the meta really just has no place for Resto Druid anymore, which is kind of surprising. It is rare that I can recall something being literally the #1 option, and then, without really getting that many major changes, at least I don't think the changes were that big, going all the way down to, from what I can tell, like, almost the bottom. I don't know if they're ahead of Holy Priest. They might be. But they are definitely, like, around the same IO now as Holy Priest and Preservation of Ochre. Definitely lower than the other 4, which is crazy to me. Even Holy Paladin. I guess Holy Paladin probably was around the same, too. But I definitely saw some of them up there as well. Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously it's a combination, right, of, Bear got massive buffs. I wouldn't say buffs, but the M+ build got massive buffs, relatively speaking. And then the meta just kind of flipped. So they simultaneously fell behind other healers while also having their raid buffs stolen by, the tank that kind of took over the meta. So kind of that double whammy, I'm guessing, is what caused them to get pushed out. Definitely surprising, though. Yeah, and like D. Sully said, Bear to Brewmaster was the bigger change. Makes sense. Vikman is the guy you go to for Resto Druid, but he swapped to Monk because all tanks swapped to Bear. Yeah. Monk can move and channel Mist. Yeah, I've heard that Monk's really good, which is why, like I said, while I am a little bit rusty, I'm sure I'll be rusty on Mistweaver. So many people have told me, oh my god, it's so easy, and it seems just objectively strong, that I'm less concerned. I can imagine that I will be able to fuck up a lot and still be fine. Now, I'm hoping that I've done enough research on Resto to still be fine, but again, a little bit nervous. I think I've gotten basically all prep done this time, and I don't even need to get my own key. What I did, for the record, just, for full transparency so you can see what I did. This was a key as Guardian, so obviously Bear is one of my main specs. I didn't want to have the process of, like, trying and failing to get into a plus 11, which usually takes, like, 30 minutes, take up the bulk of the early stream, and then also, if I fucked up on Resto, I wanted it to not brick somebody else's key. So I did mention before I was considering doing this, and I figured, screw it. So I joined, it took, honestly, a while to find a group that's going to accept somebody with 0 IO. So earlier today, I finally figured out how to get my IO showing. Apparently, I needed to unlink my Raider IO and then relink it, but select multiple regions. So if you don't have multiple regions selected, then it won't automatically update. But now that I have it selected for North America and Europe, whenever Raider IO updates next time, it should show my account IO. So that will be helpful. But right now, I have 0 IO, or had 0 IO in this character, and I also, have no, like, account IO linked here. So when I apply, people just see, like, what's this 275, 0 IO bear trying to do, getting into my key? But eventually I did get invited, and I mean, as you see, we 3-chested it, so it went pretty well. Bear is just fucking broken, obviously, and it's one of my mains, I know how to play it, so I got an 11 out of that, and this way I can just jump straight in using my own key. If somehow I fuck up and it fails, that's on my shoulders, and then I won't need to go through the process of endlessly applying the keys until one takes a gamble on me and I can just run my own. Now, at some point, presumably, I'm going to roll, like, a dead key, right? And it'll be something that I already have, and then, as a result, I'll need to pug. I'm hoping technically, there is a chance, right, that we do this and it immediately hits Pit of Sauron, which, on one hand, I am still going to do Pit of Sauron as part of this challenge today, right? Like, I will do it as Resto, but it would actually not really help me much if I get Pit of Sauron very early on, because right now, even though, technically speaking, this is not part of the challenge, it's helping me get into groups, because it still shows the IO on my character. So I will eventually run Pit, but if I can get a bunch of other stuff done early on, and then save Pit until the end, then I'll be able to get into groups more easily. At some point, once I get, like, 1k score or so, around what I had on my Preservation and Disc before we started, because I did some dungeons, like, way earlier on for the Mythic Dungeon Weekly, then it should be a bit easier. Monk is brainless? Yeah, I definitely have heard that. Heyo Harldan, I was wondering if you have some tips for joining a raiding team. So, towards the end, let me find the video. Towards the end of my Season 1 gearing guide, I actually talk about this a little bit. So, I think this video will probably be helpful if you have not seen that already. One of the things that I do say in that video, though, I go over, like, a lot of my history joining guilds and things I recommend. I also talk about a lot of important things that you should be doing if you're trying to get into raiding, like, knowing how to review logs, knowing how to sim your character, which I think those are important steps to make sure you have under your belt before you start applying. But it really depends on your goals. You said you haven't raided in a while, so obviously it depends on, when was the last time you raided? Do you have anything to show? Now, if you apply for, like, a higher-end guild and you're, like, it's kind of a meme, right? In guilds, we get a lot of applications from people who are like, oh, I used to be one of the best in the world back in Mists of Pandaria, so you should just take me into your current Hall of Fame guild. Like, we get applications like that in many of the guilds I've been in over the last few years. And it's always kind of a meme, like, all right, this, fucking boomer thinks that he could just hop right back into it. So if you're immediately shooting for the top-end guilds, that's not really going to work out. But if you're joining, like, even a regular cutting-edge guild, just being able to say, like, hey, I used to raid, and using that as a, like, background of, this is not the first time I've done this, usually that needs to be complemented by, I am making an active effort right now to improve my character, but if you do have some past raiding experiences that you can say, oh, like, this is not my first time, that does help. But even if you are fairly new to raiding, I think, obviously, you need to start somewhere. and you're going to have to work your way up to an extent. Kind of what I said about, people immediately trying to apply for Hall of Fame guilds. Don't do that, right? You should, I would say, depending on your goals, it might be safe to start your search in, like, cutting-edge guilds. Like, if you're really, really confident and you really think you're doing well, like, let's say you're pushing, like, decently high keys, doesn't need to be, like, even title keys, but you're doing, like, even 16s, 18s, stuff that shows you're not a brand new player, and you are, like, running heroic or once in a while, like, logging and getting at least decent logs in heroic to show that you are not, like, a brand new player just trying to, like, YOLO apps. You've actually put in some effort, improved your character. Then if you apply to, like, an average lower end cutting edge guild, there is a decent chance that one of them is willing to take a shot on you, and you might join it, you might get a few mythic boss kills, get some more gear, get some more logs, and the moment you start getting mythic boss logs, like kills under your belt that you can use as a reference of, like, look at what I can do, that says a lot. And then you can start working your way up. So the hardest part really is finding that first guild, and there is really no easy way to, like, give a recommendation, because everybody's circumstances will vary, and then from there, whatever happens in that guild, like, let's say you do really poorly, it happens, right? You may completely bomb out of your first guild, they, like, fail your trial or something like that, and then obviously a lot of people might give up, and you could say, all right, I still really want to do this, what can I do? Maybe this spec that I'm playing really isn't for me, or maybe I just need to spend more time learning or something like that. There's just so many, I guess, branching paths after that it's really difficult to give, like, one-size-fits-all advice for that type of thing. But that's why I linked that video, because I think, in my opinion, obviously I'm biased because I made that gearing guide, but if you follow all the steps in there and you actually understand all of the information that I'm explaining about how to improve your character, it's kind of impossible to reach a point where you're, like, actively making all of those steps to improve at the game and not at least be, like, semi-competent enough to, like I said, try and get into some, barely CE guild at the absolute minimum. And hell, if you play a high-value role and you're pretty good, like if you are playing a healer spec or something that's, like, in really high demand and you happen to be pretty good at it, you might actually be able to join a guild that's decently higher. I've heard of many stories of people coming back to the game. In some of those cases, admittedly, it's like, I had a friend who was in this guild and they applied and got taken in, but then they did really well. But even then, if you just, like, shoot out an app, say, like, I'm fairly new, but I'm willing to learn, even a guild in the top, I don't know, 500 or so might be willing to take a chance at you, but that a bit more of a long shot, right? Once you start getting mythic logs, though, that's when you can really start applying, and you can hop up hundreds of ranks really quickly if you actually have logs that demonstrate you know what you're doing and you're putting in the efforts. If people have actual, like, information in front of them to show, like, hey, this person knows what they're doing, that goes a long way, instead of just, like, it's your first mythic guild. So being able to get those first mythic parses, that does kind of matter quite a bit. Keep the hots on the group, Life Bloom yourself. Oh, Life Bloom myself. Okay, that's actually one thing that I saw conflicting stuff on... the only universal thing I saw for Life Bloom is always keep it up. Like, make sure it's always up on somebody. I did see some people saying, or some guide said, like, Life Bloom the tank. Some said Life Bloom yourself so you can, like, better position your F-low. Others were like, you can keep Life Bloom up on, like, a squishy DPS, like an Evoker or something like that. So I do like the idea of Life Blooming myself to position my F-low, though. So if that's what you like to do, then maybe I'll try that. Keep Swiftmend on CD. I did hear that. Because Swiftmend, there's a talent, right? Swiftmend causes, this one, your next regrowth or rejuve to apply to 2 targets. That's another thing, right? So I talk a lot when I do, like, these challenges about... It's, like, this is why I hate when people are like, oh, just use the single button assistant as, like, advice for new players. Before I do one of these, I always try to understand not just basic priority. Like, from what I've gathered, everything that you just said, Matthew, is correct. But I did try to make sure I had a better understanding for myself before going in. It's like, okay, why do you use Swiftmend on cooldown? Because it, like, extends the duration of your hots. It's like, it's a solid heal, but then also it causes your next rejuve to apply to multiple targets, also your next regrowth, right, if you need to. So I can use this to like spread hots before incoming damage, or if I need to do like a big slam a regrowth into 3 targets, that could be very potent AoE healing, kind of like, you know, Preservation Evoker putting up echoes on multiple people. So I try to understand like why, like what are all the talent interactions and whatnot. And I'll be honest, I don't remember all of them. Like, looking at these right now, I can't tell you what the tree icon and the feather icon in the middle do, or the leaf icon. Like, this is Casting Swiftman heals people. And then, okay, this is what causes Soul of the Forest to apply the 2 things. But you need to spend that extra talent point. So I'm not going to remember all of this stuff, but I did try to make an active effort. And then, you know, because of that, like, I read this, and I'm like, okay, so I need to make sure I have, like, you know, my balance stuff set up. And then I'm going to, like, I have my Boomkin things set up, so I can go into Boomkin form, and then I can, like, Star Surge, or whatever. So I'm guessing, what I'm not sure about is whether I should have, like, a keybind for, oh, also another thing, actually, I just realized I forgot to put on my bars. Also, yeah, good thing I checked. I don't have healing or mana potions, so Silver Moon, health potion, by, let's just 30, I don't know. And then mana potion. I'll buy 20. I doubt I need mana potions. Most people say, like, mana's not really a concern for healers at this point. But I always like to have them just in case. And then I need to put my battle res on my bars. There we go. And then also follower dungeons for water, just in case. So Murder Row. Oh wait, needs to cute as a healer. But yeah, so even if I fuck up Rest of Druid, right? I may make mistakes, but I won't be making mistakes for lack of trying, right? You know, it's entirely possible to do as much research as you can, and then still you forget stuff. It happens. But I have tried to do everything in my power to ensure that I understand what I should be pressing and why. Grab some Mana Lily tea? Is there a difference between that and the Mage Water that I just got? Keep it on yourself until you get used to healing. That makes sense. Gotcha. Am I using an add-on to track hots? No. I am not using any add-ons. In fact, actually, I should be... Yeah, I should be in my healer setup. Go. Mana... is that the same as... Is there any difference? Does this get you more mana faster? Or am I perfectly fine with this Conjured Mana button? I guess, I mean, it can't hurt to buy 40 of this. I mean, on Disc Priest and Pres Evoker, I didn't need to worry about mana at all. Mage Water is better for quick sips. Regular water ramps up more. Oh, so it's like Cinder Nectar from, what's it called? War Within. I remember that. I'll throw it there just in case. Life Bloom is good to move around if someone gets a healing absorb, because the Apex AoE bursts on the target with Life Bloom. Gotcha. I do know, I think... Again, correct me if I'm wrong. Life Bloom, you can't cancel it early, right? Because it's expires the spell or is refreshed near expiration. But I think it's within the last 4.5 seconds when it's about to expire. You get, like, the burst heal. And then that has something to do... Yeah, so when the burst happens, the final bloom, that splashes onto nearby allies. Right? So... You don't want to, like, throw around Life Bloom early, but I guess you can move it around either when it falls off or when it is very close to expiration. But you don't want to just, like, chuck it around freely, I think. Yeah, that's fair. I guess if I forget to get Mage Water at some point, it would be very good to have this. So, good call. I'll put this in my consumable bank. What you're doing interests me. 0 to Hero sounds like hella fun. Have I ever done Resto Druid before? No. First time ever on Resto Druid. So. I think I've read most of the chat at this point, so I will go ahead and throw up my key. Plus 11. Lysara. Next. What's it called? Now, it is kind of late, right? It's almost midnight where I am. So, right now in Europe, it's 5 a.m. I would imagine it's going to be fairly dead at the moment, so it might take me a while to form groups. Is what it is, you know. It took me a while to get everything set up for Resto Druid. I woke up late because, I mean, I streamed twice yesterday. First for Disc Priest and then for the raid testing. So, woke up late and then I had to get other stuff set up. Like, I had to do the Guardian Druid key to get my key first. But, you know. It's fine for me. I guess... I do actually have portals now. I'll fly out to Mysara now. Can't hurt. Because on the off chance it gets depleted, I don't really want to waste my portal. And I'm not in any rush. So while I wait... okay, I have gotten weekly offer key shards. I mean, there's a Druid. It's probably one of the few times I don't really care about stacking class buffs, because obviously Bear is good. Now, hopefully it doesn't take too long to find the remaining DPS. I'm surprised. Not... I mean, people hate Mysara. Oh, no. Unlucky. I mean, I hate Mysara. I never run this place. If I ever need a weekly key or something, I always do something else. Usually, like, Zenus or whatever. Yeah. It shouldn't be, like, I would imagine eventually we'll be able to get people. I have a dungeon difficulty... Mythic... I will say, like, at a glance, while, of course, I'm nervous, you know, I'm always going to be nervous playing something that I haven't normally played, it does seem like Resto Druid is a, like, fairly simple healer to get my head around. Like, I understand what I should be doing. You know, like, pre-hop people with Rejuve, as you were saying, keep Life Bloom on myself so that it explodes, Wild Growth for, like, burst AoE healing, Regrowth for single target spot healing, and then I have, like, Nature's Swiftness for an instant regrowth. I have Trank if I need for, like, emergency, like, you know, big group-wide damage. Convoke does, like, a lot of healing, and then I also have the, like, Shift into Boom Conform, do Star Surge, and then Starfire, or Wrath on single target. So, I understand everything that I should be doing. And I would imagine that I'll have more than enough healing. It's just, whenever you're learning something new, it's just very easy to panic and fuck it. Prez was a lot trickier, I think. Out of all the healers I've learned, Disc also to an extent. Disc was like, I had to figure it out, and then once it clicked, it was like, oh, this is so easy. But it was definitely different learning it, especially because when I first started learning Disc, it was back with War Within Oracle, where War Within Oracle had, like, the 3 different, like, empowerments and stuff, so I had to, like, figure out, okay, this is the one where I, like, reset my penance multiple times, and then this is the one where, like, my overhealing gets distributed, and then somebody was like, oh, you should, like, sync that one up with Ultimate Penitence, or whatever, and then I have to, like, throw the tank one out, so that was confusing. But then Prez was a whole can of worms. Took me, I would say, 2.5, well, really, I would say a season and a half to figure out really what I was doing on Prez. But I got there. Druid says, go. Alright, buddy, hold on. See, that this is why we don't just go. Zone 10.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're like an Athlock for missing health. I like that comparison. Let me put symbiotic relationship. Oh, it is a cast time on the mage. I feel like that will be helpful. Oh, shit. Okay. Did not expect to get threat that quickly. Druid's also taking a lot of damage. Okay, the Druid is taking a lot of damage. Are we... We should... Okay, that guy stood and shit and died. Okay. I'm already panicking. This is definitely lust, right? I mean, why are we not lusting? Kind of makes me miss having control of lust. Drop F-Low on him. Oh, jeez. This in the mage. I think I might have accidentally done my life bloom a little bit too early, but admittedly panicked. Okay. Yeah, not lusting there is... Invoke as your panic button, then shrink after if it's still bad. Well, I mean, that is kind of exactly what I did, huh? So, guess it worked out. Let me do this. Oh my god. Okay. Minor issue that I just realized, which should make this a lot easier. I forgot to set up my hover. Keybinds. God, I knew I was gonna forget something. So, at least I should be fine if I just... if I just actually click my frames. Not ideal, but it is something that I can do in the meantime. Focus and keep potting. Yeah. That down. I'm going to do this. Star Surge. Oh, shit. Okay. Was unfortunate timing. So I kind of missed out on that, I think. Yeah, not being able to track the timing on my... Not being able to track the time left on my life bloom seems like it's gonna make this really difficult. Okay. This Druid also takes so much damage. Like, I mean, I play Guardian, right? This is not a normal amount of damage. I don't know if he's just not pressing Iron Bark or Iron Fur or whatever. Fucking hell. But alright. Nobody did affix? Oh, fuck, really? Well, I have ways to deal with that. But admittedly, I didn't even see the affix go out, so I'll take partial responsibility for that, because I was planning on basically making sure that I handled that myself. But it's, definitely panicking. Okay. That's... What's that? Also, the fact that I have to manually click each frame is, well, it's making this a little bit difficult. So... I have to kind of override my muscle memory to just hover. I'm not downloading any UI stuff. I've heard people talk about different UI packages. I'm not downloading any. I like my UI stuff. I'm not going to change that just for, why? Target 9 in line of sight. Okay. I don't know why this guy's taking so much damage. I should also be using Heart of the Wilds. I guess it only really matters on bosses, right? So I should use that. Life bloom up. I should have done that before I did all my weaving stuff. It's fine. Okay. They're really running around. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of little timings that I'm realizing now. Really tricky to do all that while also doing the Zaltap ethics, I'll be honest. I don't love that that's my job now, apparently. Like, I understand having to do that sometimes. Honestly, that happens a lot as a healer, but come on, man. Every fucking one of them? I'm guessing on single target Wrath is probably still better for this. I mean, the damage in this group is good. That's the saving grace, right? That boss died relatively fast. Okay, I do actually have this. So this debuff tracks Call the Elder Druid naturally. This is kind of the issue with, like, Blizzard nuking a lot of add-ons and stuff like that. There are a lot of things that they just don't let you track well in the default UI. Maybe the cooldown manager has, like, options for doing this. I'll have to look into it. DK's a little bit behind. He's definitely, like, I don't know what he's doing, but he's just walking into pulls, this Druid, that is, and just taking the fucking dick. It's just surprising. This, Swiftman, do that, do that. I should probably put Moonfire and Sunfire in a place where I can, like, apply them, because there's a few times where I don't want to do the full weave thing, but it would still be nice to have. Doing the mechanic, they're not freeing the dude. They got it. Call the Elder Druids up soon, but I have to do this. It's not everybody. I'm just gonna convoke first. And this. Right, I have to actually target them for this because the issue my frames. Okay. Yo, Mr. Druid! Why are we taking the deck, Mr. Druid? Holy... Really, I need... I'll look into the cooldown manager after and see if there's some way to track my life bloom. Because that seems like it... I would imagine there's a way to track Bone Shield and Shield Block. Surely there's a way to track life bloom. So far, that's the main thing. Because I can look up here for Call of the Elder Druid, and that actually, like, for a quick glance, honestly, that's not too bad. I don't have it yet. It's that tornado. Damn it, dude. Like, right as I go to do Call the Elder Druid, oh, fuck, the mechanic's up, and then I have to... I'm like, yeah, that's my job, unfortunately. I think I missed a few orbs, but like, seriously? I cannot be the only person doing this mechanic. Like, that is fucking absurd, man. Are people just so used to running 12s that they just forget how to do Xal'atath mechanic? Is that it? What's going on here? What?
Strongest.
Do I get a B-Res? That surprises me a little bit. Did not realize I'd get fucking comboed like that. Obviously, I mean, we already know CC in this group does not fucking exist, so... The thing that finished me off is an interruptible cast, so that is avoidable, right? But I was not prepared to just get, like, dropped from 60%. Where's... the Death Knight keeps falling behind for some reason. Of course, it's my job. Lovely. Oh, I used this in bear form, didn't I? It's fine. It's fine. I still get some healing out of it. Love that I have to run into the middle of multiple AoEs to do this. Because the fucking bear can't be bothered, I guess. I mean, the nice thing about this, though, like, you know, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna bitch and moan the entire key, but... really good learning experience. I did say going in, trial by fire, my first Resto Druid key, was most likely gonna happen. And... little did I know how correct I was. Love that I need to do that. So much fun. So much fun. So nice. Okay. What can I do? What can I do? Why is it... oh, it doesn't target healers, right? I was about to say, why am I not getting the mechanic? There... Dude, this lines up with every single time I do Call the Elder Druid, man. Come on! Fuck it, I guess. It's the easiest Xal'atath mechanic, too. Like, outside of maybe the one where you have to kill the mob, because, like, that's the one thing DPS players will actually fucking do. It's the easiest Xal'atath mechanic. It's so fucking easy. You just do a single AoE. Every single class here. Like, Frost Nova, like, fucking whatever the trap is. There's so many things they could press. Hey, at least this time I got a little bit more uptime on this. Gonna get knocked off by that. I guess I can see Life Bloom here. It's just, it's so small. I guess I would need to increase the icon size of my HOTS. Which, like, it's not really hard to tell for other stuff. Like, for, oh, Jesus. That. For, like, Disc Priest, I only really have, like, Atonement and like, on Prez, I only have Echo, really. So it's not really hard to know, oh, this is the debuff, like, is it up or not? You can kind of see. Need to go in. Gonna Trank this. It's a cast time? Shit. What? How? Okay. There's no way. There's no way you died to that as a bear. Brother? Survival Instinct Sparkskin, you died to the Tank Buster? Holy shit, man. That is the first time I have ever seen that happen. He just typed question mark. I don't know, bro. Question mark to you. I'm not gonna flame him, but, like, why are you dying as a bear and then typing question mark? Like, does he think that I should have healed him somehow? Through something that, like, you press Barkskin, have, like, fucking more than a single stack of Iron Fur, and you can't die? Ever? As the tankiest spec in the... Like, what? What do you mean, question mark? Like, the nice thing is we're so far ahead of time that, like, that presumably, you know what? Actually, here you go, buddy. I didn't think I needed to. I read that I'm not supposed to put this in the tank because apparently you don't need, the tank doesn't need the healing. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I usually don't need much help from healers when I'm playing tank. Apparently I found the one dude who does. I'm also going to put Life Bloom on him every single time now. He got knocked into the shit. Okay. Lovely. So that's amazing. Ow. And we're dropping it directly on top of the group. And I can't. I'm surprised. It's my wild growth cast. Forgot to do this, but I guess I'll do this now. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, somehow that was a +2, man. God knows how. I got a weapon. Okay. Didn't really need it, but... It's my bonus roll. I got... I got the same thing. I mean, obviously one of them's myth, one of them's hero. Okay. Well, this one has speed. Ooh, it also has fucking dogshit stats. Oh! He's not... Okay, it's not Pisarum. Give me a second to, like, mentally decompress after that. And then I gotta copy my, my on-cursor macros from Priest and shit. Tonester said, I have a Guardian Druid, I can tank some for you. I appreciate it, but I'm generally speaking trying to do this with pugs, right? If I happen to list my key or something and you want to try and, like, sneak your way in, you know, you're more than welcome to, but I'm not going to, like, form a group or something like that. The entire point is to challenge myself and make myself learn, right? And look, there's going to be... it's the variance of pugs, right? You're going to have easy keys, you're going to have hard keys, but... okay, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. It's this... string. Fuck. I mean, I'm glad also that I feel vindicated by the entire key. I felt like I should not be having to heal a Guardian Druid this much. And then the fact that he gets splattered by a tank buster in the last boss is like, oh, okay, yeah, no, so he's just dog shit. Wow. Insane that we +2'd that. Honestly, goes to show that genuinely a fucking dog could play Guardian Druid and pilot it to fucking 3k or even, I don't know, 4k, dude. That spec is just so brain dead right now. It's also the same reason why when people are like, oh, this spec is so easy, like, new players could probably play this up to whatever with single button assisted. And they say that unironically, is like, whenever somebody asks in chat, like, hey, you know, I'm new, what specs would you recommend? And then somebody else chimes in, oh, so, like, whatever spec can be played with single button assistant really easily. Like, that, you're not helping, right? Because that's how we get Guardian Druids like this, who somehow make their way into keys and don't understand the first thing about using their defensives. I can't check his, because my fucking thing got wiped. And, you know, I wasn't logging it, but I'm willing to bet he just did not press Iron Fur. Like, there's no way, with, like, even a stack or two of Iron Fur, that you get one-tapped by that. And not to mention, what the fuck else are you using Barkskin and Survival Instincts for? Jesus. Doesn't WoW have mouse over baked into it? No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. I don't know why somebody said yeah. It doesn't. There might be, like, an option that you can have, or something, but it's not, like, automatic. You can't, like, there, it was not automatic. To wild growth first. If there is a setting, let me know, but back in War Within, when I learned healers, it was not a thing there, and at least I've not heard of anything since. There is a setting? Where? Okay, where is it? And then somebody else said, oh, I used Anders frames. Oh, right. So somebody might have an add-on thing that does it for them. Okay, is there a setting? Options. Mouse. Over. Ah, hey, there is. Mousing over a unit, casting a spell. Okay, I need to make sure... I hope this is character specific, though. Wait, hold on. Using a keyboard hotkey. Okay. Okay, but if it's none, does that mean that it works? So if I have... How do I guess I would have to test on a dummy, right? None is always? Okay. So if I do... Okay, that seems to work. Now I need to make sure that I... Let me actually check. That is character specific, right? So... And then I have it enabled, and then if I go to my other character... What I want to make sure is that if I'm not playing a healer, right? Something where I don't want to have that enabled. I don't want to, like, accidentally mouse over somebody and press the wrong ability. But we'll double check. But thank you for letting me know. Hey, I am more than happy to admit that I'm wrong. That is definitely new as of midnight, though. But it doesn't surprise me considering this is when they added a bunch of new features to make that easier. So if we go to mouse over... Okay, it is character specific. That's nice. Alright, well that is helpful. Alright, let me read chat. You track it with the bar thingy? Yeah, I'll look into that in a second. They think it's... anybody who thinks that's the healer's job is fucking insane. Yeah, that is definitely not the healer's job. Like, I'll try and help out, but that affix is so easy to do for literally anybody in the game. I mean, honestly, I would often consider it to be the tank's job, because 99% of the time when I'm tanking, I solo it every single time. Because pretty much every single tank has a bunch of really easy ways to deal with it. Now, I usually can't get every single one as a tank, but I can get, like, probably 75 to 80% of them every single time. Because you're already there, right? Like, you know, you don't need to use your crowd control abilities for, like, perfect stuff in plus 12s. Well, not even 12s, 10s or 11s. So what else are you going to use, like, in-cap run as Bear? Obviously, we know that Bear was not doing shit, but, like, Mage is extremely good at doing it. Frost Nova, Supernova, Cone of Colds. I mean, Mage has so many abilities that wipe out the vast majority of them. Death Knight should have a few. I mean, Death Knight has Blinding Sleet. Obviously, not everybody runs that, but usually on this week, you'll have it talented. But, you know, I don't know. It's at least the fact I have both Roar and Typhoon is fine, but the problem is, on Priest, I didn't really have an easy way to get it, and it was a fucking nightmare. Like in that Nexus Point Zenus, where nobody was doing it, and I had to, like, mass the spell and then single target purge, like, all of them. Fucking nightmare. Fun key, yeah. That was, I mean, it could have been a lot worse, right? So, count my blessings that he at least, understood a tiny amount. And I didn't get Pit of Sauron. So, I'm gonna, at this point, start running on a 12. I generally find 12s are easier than 10s or 11s. So we'll see how that goes. And I guess now that I have... Can I change... Edit mode... It's party frames... Yeah. That is, I think, the biggest thing that I could use. I'll throw in a life bloom tracker just to help out. Something that, honestly, like, this really pisses me off for the cooldown manager. Why does it start with all of this stuff tracked? Because every single time I have to look into the cooldown manager to see, like, can I do something for a character, the first thing I have to do is go remove, like, why? Why? Who thought that was a good idea at Blizzard? Why doesn't it start empty and I can add things that I want? They could even add, like, imagine if they add a setting where it's like, you know, suggest recommended tracking or whatever. Because I would imagine that's the only logical reason they could have this here, is they think that their out-of-the-box reminders are so good. But, I mean, 99% of this stuff, there's no way that they actually sat down and thought through it. Because it has abilities on here I'm not even talented into. So it's clearly some default thing that they just slap on there and they threw a bunch of things in here. But, like, what? So, essential cooldowns is up here, but Life Bloom isn't tracked? So, like, it's just a load of nonsense, so why put it here as a default? It's just, this is the kind of stuff where it really goes to show the lack of basic quality control at Blizzard, because nobody who actually play-tested this and, like, would have said, you know, this is the first thing that stuck out to me when I first used this. First thing you would have heard is, like, why does it start off with a bunch of random things on here? It just makes it overly confusing. But they don't actually playtest their game. Or, well, play it at all. So I have to do this. I mean, you could drag and drop. But it's still, just, why? Why, man? So what do I want? I guess, how do I even track Life Bloom, right? Because it's not a buff on me. It's a buff on somebody else. Right? I mean, I'm assuming that if I have this on tracked buffs, then it'll show me that it's active, though. You track it, go to buffs and tracked bars. Okay, you're saying you put it here. Yeah, my main concern, right, is if because I use this to track shield block and bone shield. But if I put this on somebody else, will it still track? Or does it only track buffs on me? I mean, I guess there's only one way to find out. But changing the icon size bare minimum should help. Sure, dude. Sure, save my cooldown manager layout. The default size of these bars is also fucking dog water. I guess we'll see how that looks. It tracks on anyone? Okay, good to know. You track buff. Life Bloom is a buff and not a cooldown. Yeah, that's what I did. I mean, I'm 99% sure. I'll double check to make sure I clicked the right thing. Obviously, yeah, I knew tracking it as a cooldown wouldn't do anything. Yeah, so I have buffs, tracked bars. So that should do what I'm trying to find. Should be it. I will list my group again for stairs. Whatever. Do I really need the apostrophe? I don't. I think the apostrophe is just, it's too extra. I gotta remove it. It should not be there. It's technically correct, but it looks wrong. I think that's all I needed to do, right? Because we got the mouse over stuff working, so assuming that all works correctly, I mean, that should make my life a hell of a lot easier, because there were multiple times where I would, like, press rejuve, realize, oh fuck, I didn't actually click the frame. So, now with that taken care of, I should have a bit of an easier time. And then, a few times, I'm almost certain I let Life Bloom fall off, because I couldn't easily track it. So this should make my life a little bit easier. I guess I probably could have listed my key while I was setting that up. It would have saved me a little bit of time. And I do like the boomkin weaving felt good. Oh yeah, something else I remember that I wanted to do is Moonfire, Sunfire. It does throw me off that like Rebirth is a cast time res. Because I pressed it multiple times and I was like, wait, nothing's happening. And then I realized I have to cast it. Like on Bear, it's instant. Um, but I want Moonfire, Sunfire there just because if I'm... What's it called? Like, if I have no hots to put out, I can throw that out for a little bit of damage without doing the full shift into Boomkin form and then do my big burst. Yeah, it's not a terrible thing that it has a cast time. Now that I'm prepared for it, it should be fine. It threw me off for a little bit. Oh, yeah, Nature Swiftness makes that instant true. See, that's the kind of thing where, like, you don't really think about it, but when you're learning a new spec, it can be very easy to pigeonhole yourself into, like, this is the button that does X, instead of thinking about what the ability actually does. And that's basically what I did, where I'm thinking of Nature Swiftness as, this is the button that makes my regrowth instant cast. But, yeah, it also works on Entangling Roots, interestingly enough. So yeah, those are the kind of things where when you've played a spec for a really long time, you kind of know all the little ins and outs, the intricacies of all the little things your abilities can do. It's kind of interesting like that. Star Surge, Wrath, Starfire are the big mana return damage spells? Yeah. I figure, though, I probably get enough mana back from, like, whenever I do my Call the Elder Druid window. So I don't think that I will need to... why did I get pings? I'd imagine one ping is from Wordle. Let me just respond to a message real quick. I'm waiting. Nobody in queue anyway. Yeah, this is the problem with doing this at what is effectively 6:30 Europe time. Unfortunately, I mean, I guess what I could see is I'll delist and I'll look to see if there are any dungeons that I can queue up for. So I guess I'll check all, uncheck my Sara, and for now, let's uncheck Pit of Sauron. And I'll look for 10 through 12. Not many. Wow, yeah, there's very few groups up. In fact, fuck it, I'll put Pit of Sauron back there. There is actually Pit of Sauron. I guess one of the nice things about this, though, is if it's... Yeah. that without a fucking second thought... Oh, I'm probably getting kicked for that Druid, right? 3.4k Druid. In fact, you know what? I honestly, they should just take that Druid. I have other options. I'm just gonna... Before it even happens, I'm just gonna see myself out. I don't know why they didn't take that Druid, actually. Okay, now there's an Algathar. Apply for this one again. You've only played Resto this last season and end of last season. It's been fun. You healed MC and Vanilla on a Resto Druid. Nice. Come on, man. We're gonna be picky. Whatever. That's the issue, though. Yeah. Yeah. They also, I mean, they don't even have Druid buff, right? So, in theory, they shouldn't be that picky. Do I just list my key? Is it really just this dead? Fucking hell. Windrunner Spire is the place to spend bonus rolls? I mean, yeah. Right now, the place for me to spend bonus rolls is every single dungeon. I have more than I know what to do with. So, not too concerned about that. Really, I don't want to do Pit of Sauron this early, because then I'm just going to be back into the same exact situation. Sportfall Mythic ×5, yeah. I might, on one character, before the season ends, do that on one of my European characters, obviously. We'll see. Honestly, that is very much it depends on how I feel after the end of this challenge. Okay, there are no groups up. I guess I'm listing my group again, and I'll sit in queue for a little bit. At the very least, you know, it's close to being normal-ish times for Europe soon, even if we're entering Demon Hours for North America. So this is going to be the worst of it as far as queue times are concerned. All the gear in there is huge for you? Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. I'm gonna be real. I'll be totally honest. The chances that Resto Druid ends up being the healer that I decide to like really push with is low. Now, it may be a little bit too early to make a judgment call, and I'm not gonna say that I'm like, oh my god, that was miserable, right? But I mean, there's a reason I haven't really played Resto Druid. Not necessarily because I think it's a terrible healer, it's just never really interested me all that much. And I'm not going to pretend that, like, that one key was enough to really change my mind. Wasn't a horrible key, and I'm not like, oh my god, I fucking hate Resto Druid. Honestly, you know what? I'll give this guy a chance. Worst thing that can happen is I get a +11. Warlock. But yeah, like, out of the healer specs, because I have said before, like, Mistweaver is one that I've, like, played in the past. I would imagine I'd enjoy it again. There's just, like, I don't know. Resto Druid has just never seemed... It feels very vanilla to me, I guess. Like, Prez feels difficult, but I've also really enjoyed Prez as a result for that reason. And I really want to understand Prez more. And, like, Disc is just fun to play. It's probably going to be okay next season, yeah. And I'm less concerned about, you know, meta viability, right? As long as it's not, oh my god, this is so garbage unplayable, then I'll see. For reference, what I'm talking about also for, I don't know if everybody knows the full plan. Initially, when I, like, theorized this challenge this season, I was going to try and join a guild and get, like, I don't know if I'd get Cutting Edge, but, like, join some prog guild as a healer. Now, this entire process has taken longer than I expected, just because, like, really, the 12.0.7 stuff for leveling set me back more than anything. I didn't expect... Initially, when, you know, that patch was going to have so much new leveling stuff that I'd have to, like, build a new Fall the Arrow route, so that took a lot of time. So this was kind of on the back burner for a bit. So now, this is the goal is just the, you know, Keystone Hero for this season, and then next season, what I'll probably do, I haven't, like, don't hold me to this, right? I'll figure out the details later, but I'll probably pick, like, a handful of healers that I've enjoyed the most, which... As of right now, I think I'll be surprised if I don't end up picking Prez and Disc. I like Prez and Disc. there's a reason that they're two of the healers I've been playing the most since I started learning healing in War Within. Wait a little. Okay, yeah, good thing I don't know exactly which healer I'll pick as the. I think 3 healer specs is probably good. That's what I'm like. That's what my gut says. Like, pick 3 of the healer specs, and then get like, I don't know, like 3K or whatever Keystone Legend is next season or something like that. So I get a basic understanding of all the healer specs this time around. Then I pick 3 of them, and then I push further next season, and then I'll pick my favorite one, or rather, I guess more realistically, right? At that point, I would apply to a guild on Europe, and whatever guild I happen to get into that needs a particular healer spec, I can be like, I can play Prez, Disc, and X. Maybe if I really end up enjoying Mistweaver and it ends up being really good, which seems to be the case, maybe it's Mistweaver. And then I'll be able to like apply to a guild and say, I can play Prez, Mistweaver, and Disc, and, whichever one they need, that's the one I end up playing. Something like that. That's the idea. I can't really imagine that Resto Druid's going to be one of the ones that I play, partially because, like I said, it hasn't interested me a ton, but also, even when Resto Druid's meta, I often find that it's like a one-of, right? I can't remember the last time you stacked our Druids, and our Druid is also a very popular healer, so even if it was pretty good, I don't imagine it would be easy to find a spot, whereas, like, more often in the guilds that I've been in many times over the years, like a good disc player, definitely good Prez player has always been the hardest to find in my experience. But good disc player is another one. Honestly, that's kind of the biggest one, right? Whenever Holy Paladin's good, a good Holy Paladin player also. Although I've heard Holy Paladin looks still kind of fucked, based on what the healers in my guild have been saying, so maybe not that one. But we'll see.
5,
Like I said, don't hold me to that. I am going to continue playing my healers on Europe. Like, the goal, in the end of the day, is to basically be able to say, I can play healers at a cutting-edge level. That is what I want to be able to say, presumably by the end of the expansion, at some point. However long, or whatever path I take to get there, is TBD. So I can Life Bloom, Swift Mend, and then... Oh, that's unfortunate. I shouldn't res them. I mean... Yeah, one fall off. That kind of panicked me a little bit. They did kind of just get one-tapped. I did not expect that.
I'm afraid you'll have to incapacitate the guards.
Okay. What? Oh, shit. Victim fell off. Yeah, actually, having this Life Bloom tracker already paying dividends, this is definitely very helpful. So I'm glad I did both. So far, I like the way the tank is pulling this, though. Because I always hate when people just go, like, absolutely fucking wild at the start here. Okay, I don't know where the mage is. I can't reach them. It's gonna Trank. Maybe should have saved that. I don't know.
How
I do know for a fact if the Warlock got one shot from 60%, they definitely weren't using defensive, so I don't feel, like, all that bad. Jesus Christ. This also does just do fucking crazy damage. You can see there, like, the Death Knight was, I think, even lower than the Warlock. And didn't die. Now, Death Knights are more naturally tanky, but...
You'll go no further, Umbric. These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
I seem to be detained. The construct ahead is heightening Rama's spellwork. Destroy it.
Why can't I Swiftmans? Oh, it's just... It's grayed out if I'm... Love that. I need to... Is it... I don't know if, like, my second rejuve is just getting pushed off. But I'm supposed to be able to double rejuve people, and it doesn't look like I am.
Disciplinary measures. Policy demands compliance.
I'm glad I took a chance on this Paladin, though. Like, the Paladin's health has been moving around a lot, but that's normal for a Paladin. Like, the Guardian Druid, I'm like, brother, how are you taking the dick so much? For a Paladin, this guy has done quite a good job. I don't know how we negated one of those debuffs, but I'm not going to complain. What do I do? Just keep hotting. Do this. I'm just gonna invoke. Let Life Bloom fall. Okay. He's doing the pull I like to do. Yes! Yes! I love this guy. This tank is my new favorite tank. He's not dumb. He's not, like, immediately, like, grabbing them and then chaining them directly in. He knows that they do a lot of damage. So he's playing it smart. Yes! See, this is honestly one of the other nice things about picking tanks that aren't meta, right? On average, if somebody's playing Prop Paladin, it's because they really like the spec. Oh, what the fuck? Somehow I consumed my gift to the Elder Druid early. I don't know how I did that. That's a fuck up. I must have hit the wrong thing. Shit. So that's... Right. I mean, I think that's basically the hardest parts of the key over. So that worked out. Oh, shit. Alright, I fucked up a little bit. It's fine. Be fine. Okay, the Warlock is definitely a little bit clueless. Mr. Warlock, you need to get in here.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your fall is written.
At least, that's actually hilarious. We didn't get a second mechanic because the Warlock still has one. Oh, fucking hell. Maybe that was part of his master plan all along.
Your fall is written.
Oh, how did I shift? Fuck. I no longer feel bad at all for letting that guy die in the first pack. That's 100% his fault. I was gonna say, most likely, right? You know, he's just not using defensives or whatever, and that's, like, probably why he died, but, you know, you never know for sure. I can't see exactly what he used, but after seeing that, you know, fucking standing in a puddle and just falling over dead, yeah, he almost certainly just took that raw. That is surprising, though. I cannot remember the last time I've seen somebody just so blatantly not understand the mechanics for a boss despite being pinged multiple times. Like, they didn't know what to do, and then despite the tank trying to type in chat, and, like, the tank wasn't even mean, just kept saying, Warlock, drag circle, and then ping Warlock, ping the circle. Like, frankly, that's a lot of times what I do. To be honest, I'm way too stressed out at the moment to worry about trying to, like, figure out what the fuck the Warlock's doing wrong. I'm just like, yeah, you know, this may as well happen. But despite that, the Warlock was just like, nah, I'ma do me. Shit, okay, we're LMSing. Honestly, that makes sense. Just unfortunate because I was not... Why did I... I definitely used... Okay. Shit, I did not mean to cast Life Bloom there. Warlock does not know press a single fucking defensive. Warlock is my new Life Bloom target. We have not, I don't think, lusted. Maybe we lusted before. Just didn't realize, but... Very aggressive pulls from this paladin. You need to, this you need to LOS though. Around the corner. Especially, the idea with this pull is you tag it and then drag it back while the group is catching up to you. He's not doing that. Life Bloom target. Good on this DK. Right. I panicked there. I think I refreshed Life Bloom early. And I shouldn't have. Fine. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about this. The Warlock's not gonna do the fucking arrow mechanic, is he? Miscall the Elder Druid. Okay, we did lust. Oh shit, different thing. Ow. Shit. This goes out. Okay, right, that summons a puddle. Okay, alright. I'm alive. Warlock actually did the mechanic. Surprisingly. This is really awkward, with not many instant casts. Like that. Definitely didn't play that super well. I think I tried to do damage a little bit too much, and that was a really awkward boss to actually try and damage on. Don't die, my friends. I'm gonna give him some more Mr. Warlock. I don't have all the Elder Druid yet. This, do this, do this. It's been nice to not have to deal with the Xalatath orbs, at least. I was just thinking, like, huh, I haven't done those, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a 12. That's why I usually do it like that. Life bloom up. Holy shit, that was a lot of damage. The one issue I'm noticing about this, the Boomkin Weaving thing, is if I do that and then there's immediately a chunk of damage after, like that, it takes me like a GCD to get everything rolling again. Like, I do a lot of healing during it, but then I have to, like, reapply HOTS, get everything, like, going, and during that period of time, we're still taking a lot of damage. Okay, we should not be doing this. It's not really the end of the world. If this ever happens in your key, if you ever miss percent, the way you deal with this is you... Did he spell warding? You do boss, and then after the fact, you go here and kill a single mob. That way you don't actually need to fight the entire thing. Just, you know, a little bit of tanking advice while I'm at it. Because it happens, but now, like, we're well over percent at this point already. We still need to kill this entire Devouring Tyrant. Like, not like it's gonna really matter here, but something to keep in mind.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the finisher to the voice. Is that what? You keep it occupied while I channel the spell and end it.
You dare? Then die!
Where do we not have? Don't have people over here. Okay, he could have moved, dude. Just letting that go off. Okay. I guess, like, he must not have been anticipating me to go over there, but also, like, use your eyes, dude. Okay. I'm just so far behind now that the dot is on everybody. The mage really decided to just make things 50 fucking times harder for me by just saying, you know what, Okay, we missed another soak. Can't keep up. Can't keep up. I can't keep up. I can't keep up. I can't out-heal that, especially with no CDs. How were we not so... Like, this is why I went over there, by the way. Because, for whatever reason, the DK went over to where I am. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go over there. And then the tank just runs the fucking tank buster over to me. Jesus Christ, dude. First time I've ever wiped on this boss. But I've also... this is the first and second time I've ever seen somebody just not soak the fucking ball. Need to soak the ball. Like, I didn't see who it was. One of them, I think, was the mage. I'm pretty sure. But I couldn't really tell. I'm fairly certain, though, the second one was the warlock. Christ, dude. The only way... And the Warlock has done a 12 Magisters. The only way this makes sense is this Warlock bought a bunch of 12s. They've also been doing, like, tank damage the entire dungeon. Eh. I mean, it's impossible. The Death Knight just said, heal, go by Warlock, please. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I posted up immediately. The moment we entered the boss room, I stood over here, and the Death Knight went over to me. So... okay, we pulled really early. Okay, the Warlock's by the entrance. Maybe it was the Warlock. I might have... Because I saw the person here miss the soak. Nope, get out of here, buddy. Yeah, of course. Fucking idiot immediately starts moving. I moved away from it. Like, I mean, he might have just assumed I'm gonna run into it. Which is, I mean, that's why I'm here. But also, what if I didn't get there in time? Why not take 2 fucking steps to the right? Fucking stupid-ass motherfucker. timed it. I'm not thrilled with how I play, but also, like, I mean, extenuating circumstances, I think, I'll cut myself a little slack here. I think that's the nicest thing I could have said to that warlock. But that is like that is you know, I 99% of the time I do not say anything, right? I've streamed enough of my keys to where I think that's clear, but I mean that is blatantly not understanding any of the boss mechanics and wiping the group as a result is get the fuck out. Like, I mean, the time to understand the key level is, I think, one of two things, right? I think you should at least have a basic understanding of the dungeons before you run them. Like, for me, I am, like, at least experienced enough with the game that I figure out the dungeons blind when doing them on, like, PTR or beta. Obviously, not everybody's expected to do that, right? But even when I go into a dungeon blind on PTR, 99% of the time I'm like, oh, that's what this mechanic does? Okay, cool. And a lot of times you can kind of figure that out. Oh, there's a big circle, I probably stand in that, right? Like, it's not too hard to piece that together. But if you're a newer player, it's pretty expected that before you start doing any M+ dungeons, you give, like, some guide videos a watch. But before a plus 12? And I did have to double check, because I was like, did I just fuck up, right? Did I invite somebody who had, like, 0 score? Which, again, is one of the reasons why I don't blame people for, you know, not really inviting my Druid, right? You know, I have no fucking score. But, like, did I fuck up? No, that Warlock had literally timed a plus 12 Magisters before. The only way is, I mean, I suppose, technically they just timed another one, right? So they could have somehow just stumbled their way into keys, but I find that hard to imagine. I find that hard to imagine that they've done enough keys to, like, get carried through 12s without having a even slight, tiny understanding of how the basic boss mechanics work. Not, like, any intricacies of Mythic Plus, just, like, you get targeted by the Serenal Circle, you run in. The Serenal does his silence cast, you run in. Big swirly 2 feet from you, you walk into, like, this is not something that you should be figuring out in a 12. You don't get to a 12 not understanding that. So I have to imagine they bought a bunch of plus 12s, and then that's how they got their score. And I mean, also, like, I'm gonna be honest, look at their fucking damage. Like, they did no damage. So yeah, I got a Skyreach, so that's nice. Let me read chat real quick. Leah Wolfie typed lurk. What's going on here? I am doing Resto Druid Keystone Hero. So this is the third healer of my All Healers 0 to Hero challenge. We did Disc Priest yesterday. Resto Druid is today. And next week, at some point, probably over the weekends, as usual, will be Mistweaver Monk. Honestly, after this stream, I'll put up a poll in Discord. I'll put up a poll for Resto Shaman versus Holy Paladin. Holy Priest will either be last, if I don't have enough free time, or at some point over the next few weeks, I'll throw out Holy Priest. We'll do it then. But yeah, I'm not gonna, like, poll Holy Priest. It'll either be last or I'll do it when I feel like it. But I will poll Resto Shaman versus HPAL. I did that for both of them, and then Prez won first, Disc won second, and then I pulled Mistweaver versus Ardruid, and Ardruid won by a single vote, which is why we're doing it first. You should play Monk, but not the spin build. I'll be honest, I'm gonna look up the M+ builds, whatever everybody's playing, I'm gonna do that. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel here, right? I'm also not gonna like play, you know, random meme builds just for the fun of it. I'm trying to actually learn what people are doing, like how these specs are meant to be played. Now, for specs that I'm experienced with, I will often play builds that are not considered to be meta. Like, I've been playing Deathbringer Blood in raids and getting 99 parses with it, in some cases 100 parses with it, and most people are playing Sand Lane, but I know enough about Blood DK to make that judgment call, right? But that's like one of my main, well, right now, my main spec. But I'm not going to go into a new spec that at least I haven't played in a very long time and be like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, homebrew a build or something. Okay. So. That paladin saved my life. Did the paladin like sack me or something? I saw the paladin throwing out sack a bunch of times, so yeah. That paladin tank was very good. Which is why I'm glad I took a chance. He didn't have a ton of item level. He was around my item level, like 275 or something. He had low-ish IO. But the thing is, you see somebody like that and you think, like, there's a good chance that person's probably an alt. And that guy clearly was an alt of an experienced player. Because, yeah, he was using his utility, he did solid damage, he did really aggressive pulls, and I had to heal him substantially less than the Guardian Druid from the Mysara. So, that was a very, very good prop paladin. So I would not be surprised if he saved me there, but yeah, the problem with that is so much damage, and I had just gotten battle res. I will say, the one thing the prop paladin fucked up, and I don't blame him a ton, right? Because we had 2 DPS on our side, and I initially was planning to soak that spot. That's why I started in the room there. But then I shifted over, and the orb was over there, so usually the idea is, like, you have 1 DPS in each section, and then the tank is the one who doesn't soak, right? But in that case, I went for the soak, and the paladin went for it. I don't blame him a ton, because I don't think he realized I was going to soak it, because he probably... like, he had soaked 1 or 2 already, but it is unfortunate that, yeah, I went into it, he dropped the tank buster on my head. And then, by the time I got B-resed, we immediately missed the soak, and then I'm, like, 6 feet under trying to crawl my way back up, and yeah. It's definitely a miracle I even survived that first miss soak, and then a second miss soak hit the towers, and it was all over. So... we still timed the key. It worked out. Oh. Yeah, true. Good point, though, Chori. The Warlock, at the very least, did not fuck up the jellyfish mechanic. They did do that correctly. So, you know. That's something. The bar is in the fucking floor. That's how low it is. But, technically, they did do one mechanic correctly. Did the Warlock Soulstone there and use the battle res instead of letting the tank res you? Did the Warlock die? I actually didn't even know that. I didn't see that. It all happened so fast. If the Warlock Soulstone themselves, it would not surprise me in the slightest. I guess the easiest way to check is deaths. Yeah, what killed me on the first time was the Warlock's death. Right, yeah, they died to Serenal. Oh, no, it was the Mysara where I got fucked. I mean, that one I got the thing... Okay, no, the Warlock... Staple Void Essence. And they did die a second time, so... yeah, I guess they must have soulstoned themselves. Well, not much of a surprise. You were cooking dinner so you couldn't watch it, but it sounded like a fun key. I don't know. I mean, like, honestly, the Mysara, I had to work harder, right? Like, that key was honestly pretty chill up until the end. And at the end, like, I don't know. It was frustrating because I don't really feel like I could have saved that at all. So, I don't know. It wasn't very fun for me. Especially, like, Mysara just felt like everybody was a little bit squishy. Whatever. I mean, I don't think I played horribly. I definitely panicked a few times and, you know, let Life Bloom fall off, but I think the Life Bloom tracker meant that I wasn't letting it fall off quite as much as I was in that first key. So, there's that. It's kind of interesting, though, because whenever you're dealing with buffs like this kind of thing, eventually, if you play a spec enough, you kind of develop, like, an internal clock for it. Because a lot of times when I'm playing, like, Disc Priest, I don't really even look at my atonements. I just know, like, okay, my atonements have fallen off by now. Like, I've played enough to know, generally speaking, how long my atonements should last. So I'm not really optimizing that. It's just like, alright, time for another Radiance. And I would imagine that the more I play Resto Druid, I will eventually be like, yeah, it's been about 15 seconds, and then I glance, no Life Bloom, and that'll become second nature before long. Why? Let's see. If I don't get into this group, I'll list my key. But I'm trying to, you know, if possible, join groups. But I would imagine that's going to be hard. That's one of the reasons why I knew I kind of needed to run my own key for a lot of this. So it was important that I got one. I'm glad I did. The Warlock is probably the kind of person that'll sign up to 10s with their 197 alt. Honestly, that's, like, way less insidious. Because, like, look, you sign up to 10s with your 197 alt. People know what they're getting themselves into if they decide to take that. Obviously, you know, it's absurd to do that. And I do very often see random, like, fresh level 90s who probably don't understand what Mythic Plus is do that. The worst thing is what the Warlock probably actually did, which is buy a bunch of boosts. And obviously, how should I phrase this? There's nothing wrong with, like, buying key boosts to gear up a character if you actually know how to play that character. The reason why I, generally speaking, dislike it when people are like, oh, well, the best way to get geared is to buy 12s and spend your bonus rolls, which is, like, technically true. Fuck it, I'll list my group. Hate that it defaults to that. Technically, you can gear that way, but a bunch of new players are going to see that, and they're going to be like, well, I guess I should do that to buy, or I should buy those to get started in the endgame, and then they forget the most important step of actually understanding how their class plays. And this is one of the reasons why, and frankly, I hate to do this, but I have to do this now. I have to start looking at logs, because logs are the one thing you can't fake. And there's been many times where people tell me, like, oh, you know, logs mean nothing for M+, you know, just because somebody has good parses doesn't mean they're going to be good in keys. And it's like, yes, but if I see that somebody has really high score and I see they have gray parses, if they have gray parses, they're going to be bad in keys, right? That's pretty safe to say. Now, somebody can have, like, blues and greens or something like that and still be really good in keys. They're just not good at raid parsing. But that's fine, right? I'm not looking at somebody with blue and green parses and saying, oh, this person sucks, I'm not going to invite them. I'm going to look at that and say, okay, this person actually plays their character. So, I was kind of slacking, right? And I was like, oh, we have a tank, like, surely this will be fine. God damn. But now I gotta check. Kind of person that'll ask their fully geared tank friend to Q10s? Potentially. So, I have to, on my second monitor, open up Warcraft logs. We're gonna start vetting people. Fun, fun. Druid signed up and has not taken the invite. I mean, I did wait a little bit before opening up the list, so they may have signed up and then, like, gone to grab coffee or something. This person here. That's ballsy. 242. Highest key they've done is a +4. Yeah, they totally got this one. Trust me, bro. I should at least head to Skyreach while I wait. The Warlock just not taking the... Or the tank not taking the invite is... strange. Alright, they declined. I'm guessing they probably signed up when AFK came back and then were like, yeah, fuck it, never mind. Oh well. I think I can still search for groups while I wait in queue, right? Pretty sure I can. Yeah, I can browse groups, so I can do 10 to 12. And then... I mean, there's this group still. I don't know, like, are they really going to be so picky? I'll try. Fucking 120. Sorry. Come on. I think I signed up for that one earlier, but... probably want to fucking 3k IO decreased. I mean, it's like, I can't blame it, because I probably wouldn't invite me. At least until I manage to figure out, oh, hey, they have a tank. Alright, I'll apply now. Until I manage to get my Raider IO showing across counts, or cross account, blah, blah, blah. Which I've figured out, but it'll take like a day for it to actually kick in. So, hey, there we go. But it's a Nexus point. I'll do... I still don't know if I'm going to get kicked immediately, so I'm just gonna... I'm not going to waste a portal. Do this just to be safe. I think one of the things that I, so far, have not loved about Resto Druid is it does kind of feel like it's a little bit harder to do... to, like, do damage in the meantime, like, while nothing's going on. It kind of feels like you need to keep getting your hots rolling. Like, Disc Priest, obviously, you're always doing damage. Resto Shaman, it's pretty easy to weave in, like, a Lava Burst, a Flame Shock, or a Chain Lightning every now and then. And Preservation Evoker, you can do Flame Breath, and actually, that's kind of a healing cooldown. But you don't really have much in the way of damaging abilities, and you could just spam Chrono Flame on a single target. And it's like, sure. Can't really hurt. But I put up my dots, and then, you know, it's like, alright, I guess back to throwing up hots on everybody. And I can kind of see why so many people like Resto Druid, because it does kind of feel like if you are just for the people who like pure healing, right, which I would imagine that's one of the reasons it's so popular, if all you want to do is heal, Resto Druid seems good for that, because there's always something you can be doing for healing. Whereas that can't always be said for, like... well, like, Disc Priest is basically the damage healer, right? But Resto Shaman is very reactive. Like, you throw out your Riptides, you have your healing rain down, but then you're basically purely reactive. Preservation Evoker has, like, ramp-up time, but there is a certain point where it's like, alright, I have my Echoes on people, I have a Marithra's Blessing in the bank, I'm just waiting for the damage to actually go out before I can do anything. I need to do this. Jeez. Yeah, I think he lay on hands himself, because he started getting trucked there. Shit. It's really annoying. Wait, can I Trank while moving? I guess not. Yeah, because I sidestepped out of that swirly, and then it canceled. It's really annoying. Shit. Immediately going into the next pull. Why is his health bar not moving? Holy shit. What does this debuff actually do? Healing spells are redirected. Oh, fuck me. Did he have that on him? I can't tell. He didn't die, so it worked out. I could have Ironbarked him, though. Should have Ironbarked him. We definitely have been letting these Arcanists kind of free cast a little bit, which is mildly annoying. We're also LOSing me up here. Also mildly annoying. Alright, always has his tools.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
God. This is really awkward. Okay, buddy. Gotta be careful about that. It's actually kind of a miracle he lived.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just gonna Trank this. Man, I miss Void Elf Racial. Hello? It took so long for that to clear.
Forget to send the conduits.
Ursol's Vortex prevents the shield adds from applying the shield if they get pulled back? What shield adds? So many buffs in those frames? Yeah, that's Resto Druid for you.
But I don't want to believe it.
Got it. I do have Ursuls for these smudges. Oh, these are the shield adds here. Okay, I see what you mean. Right, yes. I think. I'm assuming. But no, maybe not. I don't know. Either way, I just realized I can Ursuls these and help with that. Okay. What just fucking wrecked us? Okay.
What a miserable display. You have all failed in your purpose.
Oh, I almost walked into that fucking thing. Okay, the smudges died. Okay, we're pulling these side guys. I like that. I actually do that when I tank this dungeon. We're spitting the dread flail all over the place. It's fun. Oh, this guy might be dead. Oh, these ones. These are the answers. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Holy shit, that guy got fucked. Yeah, I'll do that then. Oh, that knocks. Okay. Okay.
Yet another battle. I am still wounded from the last one. There will be no end to your suffering. Eliminate these intruders or be devoured. There will be no end to your suffering. That damn nap regime!
Five, four, three, two, one.
No end to your suffering. There will be no end to your suffering. That damn nap regime!
Alright, that kind of worked out. Oh, I'm being shit. I'm being shit. Okay, being less shit. Whew. I'm glad that, like, my gut instinct was, okay, if I do my Call of the Elder Druid during the burn phase, it amps my damage, so it should translate into more healing, and that seemed to be correct. Because that's basically all I did, and that fully healed everybody. I did have Trank. The only reason I felt comfortable trying that is because I had Trank, so I was like, if all else goes wrong, I let Trank rip, and then I should be safe. And then in the end, I went for a Feral Frenzy to boot, and then used a Trank to kind of make up for that. Felt like it worked out. Immediately. Good bubble on the Paladin. We've had two pretty good Paladin tanks so far. This guy's done some stuff that spooks me, but you never really know. Like, you always have to take it with a grain of salt. Like, you see Tank doing crazy pulls, and early on in the key, you're like, this guy could be a fucking idiot or a genius. But honestly, you know, he hasn't really done anything that I really disapprove of. He's even pulled the side adds there, which a lot of tanks I've seen don't do. And I personally, again, not much I can do there. I think he got stunned and the Shaman got whacked. Didn't have Nature Swiftness. Like, maybe, if anything, I should have saved Nature Swiftness for situations like that. Just didn't expect it. use it here. I feel like overall, so far, I've played this key pretty well. At least compared to the others. I've been a lot better at remembering to keep my life bloom up. Did we need all that? I feel like I made most of that. Doesn't really matter. Shaman has kind of been the squishiest historically, so we'll do that. And, like, the Shaman has been taking a lot of damage, but credit where it's due, they are using their defensives correctly. So it's not like a Warlock situation. Some classes just a little bit squishier. So it goes. Yeah, so far this has been a very good group. Nice. I was ready to trank in case we missed a kick. Or rather, kicked the wrong one, and then we took a big shitload of damage. That is never fun whenever that happens. Stacked up. This, this. Everything feels like it's in order. All the Elder Druid time. Nice. Oh, you can cast while moving? For Convoke? Oh, shit. Alright, well. I just learned that. That makes it a lot more flexible to use. I've been trying to save it for, like, damage and thinking, oh, I need to, like, plant somewhere. Alright. Much easier that way. So that guy bonus rolled a ring. Man, I've got so many fucking trinkets. I got gloves. Ooh, actually, ooh. that is... Yeah, that is one of the pieces I still have champion in. So, that is a sizable upgrade. Whew. Alright, so that is... I think we're about halfway so far. No, I guess that's technically still only 3, right? Because Pit of Sauron, I have score 4 on Bear, right? Yeah. But still, I mean, that is good progress already. Or what? A little over 2 hours in. The queue times have been kind of long. So. Gotta catalyze this. I have 1 catalyst charge. And... it's only 1 item level overall, but still one of the biggest upgrades I could have gotten. The other thing is rings. I did bonus roll a ring from the key I did on my Guardian, but the stats are like, eh. So I didn't want to use it. I could use a chest, because I crafted a Hero Track embellished chest piece, because I had a champion slot item, and I couldn't manage to get an upgrade for it, so I figured I'm not going to spend myth crests, right, on a tier slot craft, but this, like, since, you know, hero crests grow on trees, right, I have 300 of them left, and I really have nothing to spend it on. Most of these are going to get converted upwards into myth. I figured it would be nice to have a second embellishment, and all of my regular slots that you would normally craft, like, a myth track embellishment in, I have hero track, so, you know, hero track, hero track, hero track, hero track. So I didn't want to craft a myth pair or myth something in any of those slots, and then kind of lose out on overall value. And since I had so many hero crests, I figured this was the best value craft. And I could just replace it later on whenever I get like a myth chest. And then by that point, I'll have hero in every slot, and then it doesn't matter if I craft like myth bracers. But for now, I think this was the best choice. And then obviously, I think I showed this earlier, but myth weapon. Lame key, non-reaching? Honestly, yeah, I like those kind of keys. I know you guys like the keys where I'm fucking miserable screaming at the stupid DPS, but that was, yeah, actually a really chill key. Really, really good group overall. Good tank, DPS used defensives and did mechanics. What more can you ask for, really? Alright. Let's see. Filter, Zenus. Search again to the 12th. Yeah, you can already see it's now like close to 8 a.m. in Europe, so there's a lot more groups popping up. There is a Skyreach with a tank. I don't know if I want to do that because obviously I have my own Skyreach. You can Moonfire that boss just before he mirrors himself, then you'll see the one you need to interrupt. Interesting. That's good tech. Actually, I did not know that. Does it work with Bear Moonfire too? Because I've definitely tanked that boss as a bear, and I never realized that. That being said, I'll be honest, like, I am very good at immediately seeing this one doesn't have horns, boom. So I've been pretty fast at kicking it. The problem with that, like, it's useful tech, don't get me wrong. Even if I did that, like, I'd have to look around, I'd have to, like, then ping it for people. If you were in comms, I'd imagine that's, like, much more helpful. But since it's a voiceless pug, it's just a lot easier, especially while I'm still learning, for me to just be like, we're just gonna throw up pots and stuff. I'm not at a point where I can, fully play this spec while also, you know, trying to do extra jobs. But I do appreciate you letting me know. Oh, I did hear... Yeah, I heard the snowball tech. Oh, I see what you mean, though. You have to Moonfire right before he mirrors, so that the animation... Ah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, because when you mentioned the snowball tech, I remember the whole thing about you snowball him, and then the snowball, like, goes to the clone. Yep. I see what you mean now. So that explains why I didn't know about it on Bear. Because for a second I was like, oh, do you see the Moonfire debuff? But no, I see what you mean. The animation. Yeah, yeah. That is good to know. Okay, not really many groups, so I'll list my Skyreach for a little bit, and I'll see what I get. And then obviously if I can't find anything after a bit, keep searching. Target change tech is nice too, but it's not as obvious as the snowball. What does that mean, the target change tech? Context clues, I'm guessing that's another way to figure out which one the real Lothraxian is, but I cannot immediately discern what that means just by reading it. Okay, yes, we gotta check Warcraft logs now. When were these logs? That was a while ago. The priest is probably fine. Oh, fuck. I hate to do it. I hate to do it. I hate to do it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But that's just really unlucky. That is really unfortunate. I still gotta check this priest, obviously. Am still... One kill. I mean, it seems to indicate they at least play the game. Normal score fall. I mean, they're probably fine. Yo, it's the paladin from earlier! This guy was great. Which dungeon was he, though? Oh, fuck, I reset my data. Was he... Oh, yeah, he was this just past dungeon. Alright, well, we know the tank is good. On your UI, when you were tanking it, you can see the warning pop up on top of the real Lothraxian after they change. Ah, interesting. Charles? I'm gonna be a little bit picky here. We already have a tank. More DPS would join having a tank. It is still kind of early in the morning, I guess. I am... I don't know. I mean, it's not a better option. Could give the Rep Pally a chance. we don't get another app within a minute, I might just say fuck it and give the Repelli a chance, but I'm not super impressed with the logs I saw. I don't necessarily think they bought their way up, but yeah, I mean, I don't think they're boosted like the fucking Warlock, though. The Warlock has unfortunately, like, that's the issue. You get one. Right, fuck it, I'll take the Repelli, and he immediately. That's okay. I mean, he saved me from myself. Really, no DPS. Just snatch that mage up. And fuck it. Snatch the shaman up. Shaman seems fine. The mage, I mean, I don't think you can... Mage, like, at a certain point, I don't think I really need to check somebody. If they're, like, that high item level and IO, they most likely understand what they're doing to an extent, right? In theory, you could buy that, but it's a lot harder to buy that than buying... The Warlock was like 275 item level and had a bunch of plus 12s. That's pretty easy to buy. There's also the Inspect. Yeah, no, everything's enchanted, gems. It's always a good sign. Priest as well, I assume. I'm gonna just assume we're fine. I am paranoid now, but more often than not. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Did I...
5.
I can't really tell if it cleansed my symbiotic relationship, so I'm just gonna do that just in case. Come on. I do not like that pull. This is a really terrible pull to do. I'm not gonna give this guy shit because he is a good tank, right? Like, we just saw him. So he did his job correctly before. So I know that he's doing this because he, you know, he feels confident. Probably because I also just healed with him. He's like, alright, I know that this healer is at least capable. But holy shit. The fact that I almost... Well, actually, I did Rip Threat. I probably didn't need to use strength there. Honestly, I didn't realize they were all dead. Shit. Oh, buddy, I don't have Iron Bark, please! I saw the rappel was about to go off. I think I actually would have been able to stop it. I was about to shift and do in-cap roar. Thankfully, it don't. But yeah, clearly this Paladin tank has a lot of confidence in me from that last key, considering he's willing to do that pull. I mean, maybe he just does that all the time, but I can tell you I would never fucking do a pull like that when I'm tanking in a pug. That is fucking wild pull to do in a pug. But, I mean, worked out. I also just realized I never put Light's Potential on my bars. Gotta... Way... glad that didn't spawn directly on top of me like last time. Did not mean to hit that. I kind of feel like the damage in this group is really bad. Like, this cannot be normal, right? We don't have Lust, so... But, like, this damage is just really bad. That's really awkward. Oh, I made it work. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe it's just like this boss or something. But that felt like it lived for way longer than it's supposed to. I forgot to use Feral Frenzy. So, you know, I'll take some of the blame. Chalk that Elder Druid up to a loss. Wait, did I even get it? Oh, fuck, I barely missed it. Wonder the cast time on that was so slow. Yeah, the damage in this group is not great. I mean, I feel like as long as we don't wipe, we shouldn't really have an issue. Yep, okay, I'll check that right. I'll let the priest get it. They seem eager. I think I could take this one. We have... Okay, somebody else. What's that? Works, it works. Stands here. Okay, nice. Yeah, I can't really complain about the damage as long as they're doing the mechanics, which they are. Is all I really care about. I think I'm out of that. Probably a little bit late for this, but what can I say? I only just remembered. got too used to them doing the mechanics. I also, not gonna lie, I thought the boss was gonna die. It's kind of on me. I was 2 feet away from that. I just... Hoggy loaded. I technically got full value out of Feral Frenzy, I think, so... In the end... How did that guy escape Ursul's? For a second, I was wondering why the fuck the priest is talking. Answer is because of the fucking brand transmorpher. Oh shit, all the Elder Druid's still on cooldown. I'm gonna do a Boomkin Convoke. Should be fine. I mean, there's like no damage on this fight unless people fuck up, so... I have...
4, 3, 2, 1.
I have Feral Frenzy on this next one. Why do I even fucking say shit, man? Holy shit. There's no damage unless people fuck up. People immediately fuck up. Alright. Alright, am I dog shit? Am I dog shit? No, I am not. Let's fucking go. I fucking love doing that. I mean, I would have been really embarrassed if I fucked that up, because that's just a Druid trick. That's not a fucking resto thing. I've done that a bunch of times on Bear. The tank is doing more damage than the 2 DPS? Well, to be fair, I think the pull you were talking about was the pull with all the little guys. Prop Hallies on high target AoE do crazy fucking damage. Because when a bunch of mobs are clumped up, Avenger's Shield will do splash damage. But yes, the damage... The DPS are not doing a ton of damage, right? Like, a Prop Hallie shouldn't be beating the DPS. But a lot of times, when I play Prop Hallie on big pulls like that, if you have Divine Toll, Avenging Wrath, right, you absolutely can beat, like, a DPS or two. And then, as we've already seen, the DPS in this group are... They're struggling a little bit. I'll save Wild Growth. I think I need it there. Tank is doing very conservative pulls here, and you know what? I said it before and I'll say it again. This tank pulls exactly like I do, and I respect him for it. Outside of that first pull at the start was a little bit fucking crazy. I never would do that in a pug. But what I always do is we reach a point where it's like, if you do not wipe, it is impossible to fail the keep. Just play it safe, right? Obviously, unless you're pushing for score, but we clearly are not. Oh, something I'm curious about. Resto Druid mains, for those of you around, let me know. How RNG are Resto Druid healing parses with Convoke? Because I can totally envision a world where it's like, if your Convoke doesn't hit, like, the perfect random spells, you can't get, like, a rank 1 parse, and you have to rely on, like, you know, low healing and then high rolling with, like, a crazy Convoke. That does not really sound like fun, if that's the case. Okay, Repel went off, but it's the reason I always put my butt to the wall. Stunned them. Oh, fuck, how did I don't know. How did I accidentally trigger Call the Elder Druid? Can Convoke trigger Call of the Elder Druid? Is that a thing? It's kind of fucked if so. Because I'm 99% sure I didn't use it. Let's wait until it's out. Okay. Now, yeah, I don't love this. We should pull boss, get less than cooldown, and just do this after. Oh, we're doing it with boss? Oh. Alright. Alright. I respect the balls. Refresh Life Bloom. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna do some damage. It's kind of funny because I remember I did this on Prez, and I felt like, oh my god, I can't keep up with this damage, it's so much. But I don't even think I was on a 12 when I did this on Prez. Pretty sure it was lower. And now I'm doing this on Resto Druid, and this is chill as hell. But Prez, like, all of your damage is, like, big burst ramp stuff. But here, I'm just, like, throwing hots in everybody. So all this, like, little fire ticking damage, it's just nothing. It just gets instantly covered by my hots. That is kind of one of those interesting things where, like, yeah, different healers, different damage profiles. It's night and day. Nice. Another clean run, courtesy of this Paladin guy. I'm still stuck in combat, though. Shadow Melts. I got another trinket. I got... Haha! there it is. There is my chest piece. In fact, holy shit, haste mastery. That's actually really good. Alright. Well, I know what I'm going to be doing with my embellishment piece after this is over. I'm not going to replace this right now, like, too much effort to do that, but now I know for a fact I can replace this afterwards. Convoke doesn't trigger CDs. It can use CDs like the ones you get from Powered Rejuve, but it keeps the CDs unused. Well, yeah, See, I'm aware of that. So, I wasn't saying, like, can it consume my CD, but Call of the Elder Druid, specifically, it's not like an ability I press. It's when you cast Star Surge, Rake, Shred, or Frenzied Regen. But I didn't press any of those. I didn't Star Surge, I didn't Rake, I didn't Shred, I didn't Frenzy Regen. But my Call of the Elder Druid was on cooldown. But I had pressed Convoke, like, 15 seconds or so before. So, logically, my gut tells me that it triggered that. And I can test it. It does. It does. I'm right. It does trigger Call of the Elder Druid. It cast Rake, yeah. Alright, well, that's good to know. And I'm glad I'm not crazy, because there have been a few times now where I went to do my Call of the Elder Druid window, I shift in, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Why do I have this debuff? I thought I don't remember using it any time recently. Now I understand why those times I didn't have it up. It's because Convoke was smudging it. Which kind of sucks. That shouldn't be an interaction. That's really lame. Because, I mean, I presumably want to use that for the healing. So, I guess that kind of means that I need to save my Convoke for Call of the Elder Druid, and then, like, expect to immediately shift into Boomkin to do my damage. But that means that I effectively get one less healing cooldown on average, which is unfortunate. And Quadbit confirmed that, yeah. Yeah, that, I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe that is optimal or something, and rest of Druids like that it works that way, and it, like, you can plan around it or something. But considering I didn't realize that up until now, that I do not like that interaction. I wish it did not work like that. Especially because, in theory, if I wanted to get the damage amp, couldn't I just shift into Moonkin, Star Surge, then Convoke? If I wanted, like, damage-heavy Star Surge? I could even, like, Star Surge, then shift back out, and then Convoke to have a healing Convoke that at least the damage spells that do proc are buffed by Elder Druid. And you would lose, like, ever so slightly, like, a second of the buff if it worked like that. But you would still have the flexibility to do whichever way you want, and that means that if you wanted to split them up for, like, having Call of the Elder Druid as a healing CD and Convoke as a healing CD that aren't linked, I would prefer to have that flexibility. Also, okay, my key hit my Sara, which means at this point I do need to join groups. Though the nice thing is I have a decent score, so. What did we take? That was Skyreach. So hopefully I can start actually getting into dungeons. Oh. See, this is why we check, right? This person bought a boost. 2 days ago, bought a boost. And, like, this is the difference, right? When this is why I check difference between, you know, somebody who has, like, a low green parse or something is, like, they're a red flag, but they probably actually played the game. This person literally did 0 damage to Midnight Falls. And could not get more obvious that they just bought a full heroic carry. They even bought a Rotmire mythic carry. It is statistically probable that they also bought plus 12. So yeah, I'm not applying to that key. There's currently no keys up right now. I was planning at some point soon to grab coffee, but My plan was I look for keys. If there's none up, then I go grab coffee now. If there had been a key, I would have done that and gotten it on the next one. But I'm out of coffee, so I will BRB in a minute or two. So I refill. I have more coffee. Let's see. Where's a Pit of Sauron now? Yeah. I don't need the Pit of Sauron that badly. Man, it's 3... Okay, they can heal her anyway. 3 fucking Pit of Sauron keys. Like, I'll do one, I guess. Ooh, that one is... Like, I'll apply for this. Oh, they found somebody? Okay. Wait, oh shit, that's the, That's the tank. Playing as Ret. Interesting. Maybe he's a Ret main? I mean, he was doing a lot of damage, so clearly he knows how to do damage. Interesting. Well, we have officially entered the dead zone, where there's literally not a single group up, and I don't have my own key. I should lower this to a 12 at the minimum.
Looking for someplace new to explore?
What delves do we have today? It's a calamitous day. I think I've done all my weekly delves and all my healers, though. I had a lot more time this week to chip away at European stuff, so... I've honestly gotten most of my healers for this challenge pretty much ready. My Paladin and Shaman need, like, another piece or two, but my Monk is all good to go for next week. And I still have, obviously, the entire, like, weekly reset the vault for it. So, there is plenty of time. Flashbanged myself. Well, I mean, it's Mr. Paladin again. How much does he trust me? Hey, let's go. Paladin said, hello again, smiley face. Now, I did say before, I don't like running with the same people if I think it's a viewer, right? Because I don't want to get, like, carried, right? But I'm pretty sure this Paladin is a completely random person. Because I believe the first key I ran with them, I applied to a key that they were already in. So there was, like, 0 chance. And also, I mean, it's not like... Beggars can't really be choosers here. I did lower to 11, right? Yeah. So I'll be able to re-roll my Sara after this. Food buff. Now, technically, this won't actually give me any score, but at least we check it off for the challenge, and I get a reroll. Honestly, this is kind of the best time, outside of the final key, this is the best time to do Pit of Sauron. Because I can't run my own key, so. Now, I could reroll into something useless, obviously. It's possible. Is the rogue gonna fucking get here? You look, it ain't my group, but this rogue is just kind of sitting here. And I did check their logs while I waited. They are a fucking certified anchor, that's for sure. So, I don't know. Oh, crap. They said on my way. Was getting gems. I mean... At least their logs are not literally I got boosted logs, and they are from a month ago, so it's entirely possible that the rogue has had, like, a massive blow-up since then. You know? Write it off. I'm not gonna say anything, right? Like, yeah, I'm not gonna say, hey, Mr. Paladin, you should kick this rogue. It's fine.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
Can I not cleanse disease on him? Does that not work? I mean, he cleansed himself. I guess, do I not have disease? Magic, curse, and poison. Fuck. Yeah, that's gonna take some time to get used to. The rogue actually did solid damage that fall. Shit.
Your survival
No.
wasn't necessary.
That's really unfortunate. At least it means I can get this captive. That, like, I actually just got fucking wombo comboed, though. I got gargoyled straight into a miss kick. There was no surviving that one. Fucking Christ. Oh, shit. I did not mean to do that. Ah! Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Do I don't know if I lose symbiotic relationships, so I'm just gonna reapply it again. I will say that one is kind of on Mr. Paladin over here because, okay, it's... I should be able to do this out of combat, right? Is it nope? Okay. I guess nobody can be in combat for that to work.
Of power.
Oh, right, I have to do this now. Should have done a Sunfire while I waited. Or while I, sidestepped. Okay, we got the kick. I'm gonna just trank to make sure this guy doesn't die. Cancel that. I don't know if I'm in that or not. I love fuzzy hitboxes. Thank you, Blizzard.
Gift of power.
Let's fuck that up. Oops.
Of power.
I kind of wish now that I have bigger icons and I actually am using these. I'm sure there's some way to hide these icons, but I actually don't know if you can do that in default UI. If you can hide, like, the sated icon. If there is, that would actually be quite helpful. Be pulling more, going to boss. Pulling... I don't know if I like pulling this one into boss, because if we miss Arcanist Cadaver, which it looks like we're about to, either that got kicked, or we somehow LOS'd it. I honestly can't tell which one it was. Okay. Yep, not much I can do about that one.
2, 1.
That's why I do not like... Jesus. It's really unfortunate. Okay, Mr. Paladin's losing me a little bit here. That was a really bad pull. Also, you're the prop paladin. You pull that, you're in charge of, making sure Arcanist Cadaver gets kicked. I mean, frankly, as a tank, that is always your responsibility. I never let that go off when I'm tanking.
5, 4.
At the very least, I mean, I am...
1.
It is a fucking miracle that I had the foresight to predict that and go into bear form in advance. I'm honestly kind of pleased with myself for that one. But I'm a little bit panicked at the moment as a result. But I think, I mean, outside of that guy dying, which, like, yeah, I mean, he died, he rezzed into, like, that is a case of also you wait to take the B-res, so he kind of trolled. I mean, his death is entirely on him anyway. He stood in the fucking shit.
3, 2, 1.
I was only able to save the rogue with, chose the right one. At this point, oh yeah, also forgot to Feral Frenzy.
2, 1.
Oh, I can shift that? Oh, fuck. Friendship ended with Mr. Paladin. Like, it happens. I mean, across all 3 of the dungeons I've run with this guy so far, like, he has done a good job. There's also a chance, like, I can't check for sure, but considering he did briefly list himself up as a Ret Paladin, there's a chance that this is a Ret Paladin main who is just playing tank because he knows that, it, like, makes it easier to get into groups. So if this isn't even his main spec, then honestly, he's doing a damn good job. I can shift that too, nice. Accidents happen. I'm not going to pretend that I've, like, never missed an Arcanist kick. I get them 90% of the time, I'll be real, but it can happen. That is one thing I've got to say I really don't like about being a healer, though. There's way too many kicks in this game that are like, if it doesn't happen, you're fucked. And it feels really bad playing a role in like, pickup content where you just have absolutely no control over a mechanic like that. Just being unable to interact with, like, a big part of the game that like, involves survivability when your job is to keep people alive feels bad. And I know the reason is, like, healers didn't want to have to worry about kicks, but, like, I mean, yeah, when I first started learning how to heal back in War Within, and I was playing a Resto Shaman, so, like, in theory, I have, like, really easy access to kicks on my first healer. And at the end of every single key, the Resto Shaman who was teaching me would screenshot the interrupts where I was consistently at the bottom, and would then post it in guild chat and be like, this motherfucker never kicks, right? But obviously I was learning, right? It was really difficult to learn. But even now, whenever I do play Resto Shaman, I really appreciate the fact that I still have the ability to handle nasty interrupts. It's nice to know that, like, if shit hits the fan, I'm not completely shit out of luck. If my group just decides, yeah, we're not going to do that mechanic. To that, to that... to... Like, here, I'm not like, I don't know. Who's Deathbolt targeting? I don't know, man. It's targeting me! There's, like, thank God I lived that. Sure would have been nice if one of the other 4 people in this group who actually has access to a fucking interrupt spell could have stopped that. Case in point. Alright, come on, you big fucker. I'm gonna kite. I don't... Sitting here like, Horde, here's my Call of the Elder Druid window. Meanwhile, Convoke munched it like fucking 30 seconds ago. Convoke. I gotta just start assuming that it's always gonna do that. What the fuck? Stop moving! Oh, Mr. Paladin, we gotta have a chat about your performance this dungeon, bud. I trusted you. Oh. You can shift out of almost everything in this dungeon? God damn. I'll be honest, I never really wanted to find out for science when I'm actively tanking on a bear droid. So, it's good to know. I suppose you can, like, you do have persistence, right? But it's still spooky. Persistence is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. I should probably be sunfiring at least. Okay, there's no reason to chain pull this into the caves. But what the fuck? What the fuck? Just... What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Okay, That's concerning. I have no idea what the fuck just happened, but it just... The best way I can describe what just happened is it feels like a drop of water just like splashed onto my side. But it didn't. I just checked. It's completely dry. And I'm guessing, like, it must have been, like, a muscle twitch or something under the skin. But, like, when I felt it, my first reaction was, like, how did, like, a drop of water fall from the ceiling onto my, like, my... And I'm wearing a shirt, right? So, like, my shirt's dry. My side of my body where I felt what I can only describe as a splash is... that is such a strange feeling. I don't know how else to describe that. We'll diagnose that after. The fuck? I hope that's not a... That's not a bad thing. A ghost is peeing on me? Maybe. It is genuinely, like, because I have to imagine, right? Obviously, provably, it wasn't, like, a splash of water. But, like, it also, like, I wouldn't say it was, like, painful. Like, I've had, it not often, but rarely in the past, like, a muscle cramp or, like, spasm or whatever. And, like, usually it hurts really badly. This was, like, blink and you'll miss it, like, okay, it's gone now. And now I don't feel anything. It feels weird, like a tiny bit sore, I guess? That is so strange. Obviously not expect. I should not have... I don't know why I hit like them. It's dumb. This. Alright, we did the mechanic. Ooh, and he baited that perfectly? Okay, alright. Alright, Mr. Paladin. I kind of panicked there. I fucked that up a little bit. Because I was like, I'll be honest, I was greeting for damage, and then I immediately got hit with the mechanic, and I was not ready for it. And I'm like, I'm looking around, they're all on this side of the room. I look for dash, I don't have dash. Fucking stamp for a cat form, boom. Worked out, I guess. Wouldn't have mattered. Try not to convoke in... I don't convoke in bear form. I've never... If I convoked in bear form, it was purely by accident. But I don't think I convoked a single time in bear form. Nice. I need out there. What the fuck happened to me? I mean, I feel nothing now, so I don't know if it's... Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I convoked in Boomkin form once, intentionally for damage. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess there's two possibilities here. Either you just dropped in, said don't convoke in bear form for absolutely no reason whatsoever, in which case, I mean, there you go, I didn't. Or I accidentally did it, which I guess seems likely, but yeah, I definitely was not intending to. I didn't realize that they, people used to be doing it, I guess, presumably, based on context clues, because Thrash used to do a lot of damage or something. That was not the plan, at least. Alright, there are no groups. I guess I lost my Algathar or something. I don't need either of these. I don't really particularly care about using that right now. Yeah, I would have to, like, craft something new. What do I still need Algathar Seat Windrunner. Check one more time. Yeah, nothing. So I'll definitely do this. I gotta say, Resto Druid feels pretty chill. Done enough dungeons on it now. I still panic, obviously, when shit hits the fan. But the fact that I panic and then I'm able to keep people alive is a good thing. Because when I was first learning Prez, shit would hit the fan, I would panic, and then a bunch of people would die. Holy fuck. Oh, how do you... 292? Without barely setting foot in dungeons? Impossible. I mean, they have actual kills that are not boosts of two different raid bosses. What the fuck? People really really want to spend bonus rolls on Algathar. Holy fuck! I sat for ages trying to find a single DPS for like all the other dungeons here. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Chori. Well, it was one of two things. Either they got boosted, or they did exactly that. Just spammed one dungeon over and over. So they're missing my Sara from score entirely. And I checked their logs, and they have actual logs. So clearly they didn't just buy a boost. Oh, apparently, nice. Yeah, alright, this is... The Evoker said lower it to a 10, and, like, I don't want to say, no, I'm not going to lower it to a 10 in case you deplete, because, like, I don't want them to think that I think that there's a chance that we deplete, and realistically speaking, I don't really think there's a chance that we deplete this. I mean, these are, like, maybe the 4 most geared people in any of the dungeons I've run today, all in the same run. Which, yeah, Algathar, obviously, fucking everybody is trying to farm Puzzle Box, so that makes sense. But, holy shit. So yeah, there's like a 0.0001% chance this depletes. That being said, I have seen some shit. So, I really don't think the difference between an 11 and a 10 is going to be that massive, but an 11 at least gives me an insurance policy. And then also it means that I have a 12 after the fact, guaranteed. Now, based on the DPS I'm seeing here, we are probably going to +3 this. But, I mean, you never know. I'm gonna do fucking WebMD, though. Oh shit. Everybody got here. Okay. I'll do that afterwards. I need to repair. Block rocks.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The sensation of a splash of water that
4,
vanishes instantly is a
3,
phantom
2,
feeling called
1.
dysesthesia or thermal paresthesia. It happens when your nerves misfire or briefly compress, creating a false sensation of wetness, cold, or tingling without any actual moisture on the skin. Okay, so apparently it's an actual thing.
Students, how
More you know.
wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy.
Well, it seems like things are in further indeed. Come with
Got to
us.
work in the wilds.
It'll
Oops.
only take a moment to set up for
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
I'm not going to throw at healing just yet. Okay, my passive life bloom ticks. I also could just shadow melds. Tank doesn't have threats. Come on, brother. Come on, man. Come on, man. One job. Remember when I said I've seen some shit? This is the shit that I mean. Yep. Yep. There's actually no fucking way. There's actually no fucking way.
Survive.
There's no fucking way. I get the only fucking brain-dead, dumb fuck tank who doesn't know how to fucking tank that pull. Jesus fucking Christ. And I immediately feel vindicated for keeping this on an 11. Jesus fuck. Alright, are we gonna... No. 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 You don't get to... You do not get to fuck up the fucking Algathar pull because you're a fucking idiot and then immediately try to cover your ass with a vote abandoned. Get the fuck out of here. Absolute fucking clown. Just pull it slowly, you fucking trash can. He's like, okay, I'm gonna check his logs right now. I mean, I didn't fucking think I needed to. Not that it matters, but I just want to know, did I actually just invite a fucking boosted demon accidentally? Did I let my guard down for like a single fucking second and then immediately get a boosted demon? Jesus fuck. Dude, like, what is he doing? Holy shit, dude! Most of the mobs are dead, just fucking stand still! What are we doing? Oh my god. Do I need to... I've actually found the worst fucking tank in Europe. It's amazing. I've found him. He's not even he's not even kiting this correctly. Like he watched one fucking YouTube video of how to do Algathar, said, "Oh, you have to kite? Okay." And then he just starts kiting while letting the mobs hit him. That's not kiting, dude. The entire fucking point is to let your stacks... Like, how are you this fucking dumb? Holy fuck.
Perfect. We are just about... Wait, Ichistras. There is too
I mean, like, he has gear. He's like 288 or something.
That is too much nature.
I checked. He's a Grey Parsing Rep Paladin, so this is his off-spec, and he's not really even good at his main spec. So, I mean, that explains a little bit, but, like... Fuck me. I want to do this, and out. I mean, I do genuinely believe at the very least. Okay, this actually... Fuck, I kind of trolled there. I kind of trolled. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit stun locked right now.
My power is
It appears some new students...
Dude is kiting the 100-yard dot.
They seem interested
I mean, he's not even kiting it, though. Like, he's just running in circles, but in melee range. Like, that's not even kiting. Oh. At least, like, genuinely, this dungeon is... Like, what? Does he have threat? Does the shaman has threat? How does the shaman have threat? Why is the shaman tanking? Huh? Huh? Why is the shaman taking the bomb?
My power is...
Look at this Lishrath arena. Wait, what are these birds doing here?
Oh, dude, what is this thing? He's the worst guy. How, dude? How do I invite, like... How do these demons keep getting fucking into my keys, man? I'd love to know. Why? Why? It's honestly incredible. Oh, fucking hell. Like, the only thing I can imagine happened there is he must have, like, bopped himself or something. Like, there's no way. The shaman was just, like, he never did even once try to... Oh, here we go again! Shaman. Dude, I was about to say, I'm gonna save Ironbark for the shaman, and this guy immediately just starts dying. I can't. Holy shit. What are we doing?
My power is transcendent.
Come on. Saved Convoke for him, man! Come on, brother.
Alright, now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Leatrix. That is talent toss for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention.
And now he's threatening to leave. Like, man, you're the one who's fucking up. Like, like the shaman. Honestly, the shaman has not even flamed this guy. The shaman just typed, "Why am I tanking?" and then smiley face after dying again. Like, that is the least toxic possible way to handle this situation. And the paladin's fucking throwing a hissy fit. Brother, you are the one who is fucking up this shit. Like, is it that hard to just do your fucking job? To just hold threat? Press taunt? This cannot be that hard. Nice. Actually, being the mechanic. Actually, I should do this before I forget. There's absolutely no way. I can't get him, dude. I can't. He actually just rage quit. He actually just died, and then what? We actually depleted that key. What did I say before? There's a 0.0001% chance. The key with the highest, these people were.
It lasted a little longer.
I mean, the DPS played fine. I just can't believe it. I mean, honestly, that is 100%. I do not use that one often. At the very least, I mean, the other DPS here are all, how do I vote? How do I even vote Abandon? Yeah. The other DPS are actually pretty chill, and are actually saying they're down to run the 10. So, you know, they even recognize that was 100% just on the tank. Wow. Holy fuck. You would like to tank for me, but you're NA? I appreciate the sentiment either way. I'm gonna check this before I invite. I mean, I don't really have much information to go off here. This person seems like their main spec, Mistweaver. I'm scarred, man. I don't need to reset, right? Like, we can just walk back in. Okay, the World of Warcraft's armory is down, apparently. I am on Europe right now, yes. It's fine, though. I mean, generally speaking, I'm trying to do it with pugs. That just was... I mean, I think that's the first genuine failed key of the entire challenge, right? And it was with 3 extremely overgeared DPS. DPS are cool, though. So... Common tank isn't meta. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, that was, wow.
Five, 4, 3.
I mean, honestly,
1.
so far, Restadruid had been going pretty well, compared to, like, the Preservation one was rough. Disc Priest, we had a few Demon Keys as well.
4, 3, 2.
Like, I failed, so we missed the timer on the 10 Mysara I did on Preservation Keystone Hero, but very big difference between, like, missing the timer and literally having to abandon because the tank rage quit.
How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Well, it seems indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away.
Alright, let's see.
Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life
Alright.
magics of this place.
Okay, now he's using abilities. I really don't like how many tanks just go in there fully mounted, right? Especially in pugs, you cannot do that pull going in fully mounted like that. You just can't. You have to assume that people are going to generate some amount of threat. Too many tanks feel way too comfortable. Dude, come on. Come on. Not 2 in a row. Okay, I think he only had threat on, like, 1 mob.
Me? That is too much nature. What are you doing?
Already off to a better start, at least. This poor shot immediately gets punched in the face. The game just really wants him to tank. Holy shit. I do have Poison Cleanse. I mean, so far, like, I'm still so on edge after what just happened in that key. But, like, this really is, with good DPS, like, an undepletable key, other than, like, you somehow managed to find the single worst tank in the entire fucking region of Europe. Like, that is the only way you deplete this key. And I somehow managed it, right? But, like, this Brewmaster, like, I honestly, I can't really tell. Are they good? Are they bad? Does it matter? It's not really possible to deplete the key anyways. If they can do their job, which they've demonstrated so far they can. Jesus. I also, like, it's amazing that when faced with his just absolute dogshit gameplay and receiving the slightest bit of pushback, he fires back with, well, I can leave.
What are these birds doing here?
It's just unbelievable. Between this key and, like, the Disc Priest Nexus Point Zenith the other day, like... And that one was bad for another reason. The key actually went well, and we just had extremely toxic people. Dude, imagine if that tank had to deal with the flame from that mage and druid in the Zenith. He never would have tanked again. Would have been deserved.
A gift of power.
And the Brewmaster tank is using Ring of Peace to clear the orbs. Love to see it. Like Invoke triggered Elder Druid. You do still get like partial value out of this, even when
Now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishra.
that is talent toss for you, son. Oh, what am I doing?
Use them to get her attention.
I'm dumb.
At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
My power is transcendent.
Okay, I'll get this one. It's honestly really nice to not have to be the only person doing that mechanic. What? Why did the Warlock say no? Why no? Let's do that one first. It's a pretty standard practice. Let's...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I still don't know why the Warlock randomly said no when we did win first. Like, I don't see why that was a problem, but... You just joined and I'm immediately checking somebody's Warcraft logs link? Yeah. I honestly, overall, it has been a bunch of relatively good keys. And then our first abandon of the entire... honestly, it might be my first abandon literally of the season. I'm actually unsure. I'm not sure if I've abandoned a single key on NA. The monk pulled this a little bit weird. It's probably fine. I was hoping I lined myself up correctly. I was like, it'll be real embarrassing if I fuck that up. But... okay.
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting...
Let's do this. Drop a life bloom. Do that. Definitely be, like, chucking out spare Sunfires every now and again. It definitely... the problem with, like, the inexperienced tank and really good DPS combo is exactly this happens. Like, the reason the Shaman, partially, was ripping threat is the Shaman's actually really good. And the Shaman is doing crazy damage. Now, any normal tank, you know, like this Brewmaster, can hold threat off this level of damage. But that Paladin was just so fucking dogshit. Way arcane orbs. Unleashed his full arcane power against them. Alright. Well, at the very least, I mean, it would have been the worst disaster of, you know, maybe the entire history of my life if I somehow managed to deplete this key twice in a row. That would have been quite bad. So, I'm glad at least it's not that kind of day. Technically, that did happen to me once back in War Within, and it was a rough day, for sure. But also, that was back, like, in War Within, we had no Keystone lever system, or at least, I think the lever system got added in, what, Manaforge? And it was Undermine. I remember the day very clearly. It was actually out on Presevoker in Motherlode. And I had a +11, and then I got a tank that did the entire first pull, ran off, died, out of range of me. then instant left the key. Then I had another one where the tank just pulled, like, so much stuff. Nobody kicked Ice Spritzer, and I sat in a full-length Ice Spritzer and died. And, yeah, that's how I ended up with a +9 Motherload. But, in theory, right, like, even in this run, the tank immediately fucked up the first pull, and then voted to abandon. But even he knows, like, you can't just do that, right? You can't just ditch the key, so he tried. Now, he technically did abandon it. I'm actually unsure of how that works. I have to imagine that if you go offline, then you get penalized as if it wasn't abandoned. So hopefully he does get hit for that, because, like, obviously that's, like, super fucked. Fuck him. But you can tell, like, he wanted to insta-leave that key, and if this had been prior to the Keystone lever system, that would have happened. So, can't believe I'm saying this, but honestly, that was a very good change on Blizzard's part.
You are not registered here. This room is only for students.
These are sacred halls of learning. I haven't seen a keg smash yet, so I don't know if it's safe. Let me dispel the evoker there. I mean, I feel like you don't really need to dispel that mechanic, right? Like, there's no advantage. Unless, like, you're in voice and somebody's like, dispel me so I can place this well. But outside of that, it kind of feels pointless. I know I don't have Elder Druid, but there's honestly kind of nothing happening. So I figure I may as well do this. Spell myself. I Fat-Fingered Life Bloom. Nice. And we +3'd it, so I have a 12. What did Evoker... The Evoker got this. I guess that's what the Evoker wanted. I don't know. The Evoker typed yes after they bonus rolled. So. Hey! Ooh. Ooh. Hold up. That's actually quite spicy. That is really spicy. Okay. So, after I'm done with Resto Druid Keystone Hero, I can switch my crafted weapons. Yeah, honestly, though, the DPS in this group, the fact that all three of them, after that prop heli bricked the key, you know, they obviously knew it wasn't my fault. They didn't blame me. They were just like, we'll run it back with you. Like, goddamn. That is quite lucky. You don't really find DPS like that often. Softens the blow a little bit of having that absolute fucking disaster of a key. Yeah, that's definitely a good bonus roll. In fact, like, I should, just before I forget, rip some upgrades on this. Because it is free. So I could do this, and then I can go chuck a Nebulous Void Core in it. And honestly, so at this point, for bonus rolls, on any dungeon that has a two-handed agi weapon, I should probably just set my loot spec to bear, right? Because, like, what do I need as trinkets? There's the, I know Heart of Wind is good, but you can get that on any spec. Maybe for this. Yeah, but this has an edgy. Yeah, honestly, is there any caster-specific trinket that I would want? I don't really think so. I think we could just... I'll set it to Feral, obviously, not Guardian, but I think that I don't need to be bonus rolling in rest of loot spec now. But yeah, I can't remember if I responded to those messages earlier, but yes, I am on Europe. And if you want to, like, try and join into the group that I'm in, you are welcome to try and do so. I have no issue with that. But I'm not going to, like, invite people. Even though I appreciate it, right? Like, I know the people saying, like, oh, I'll join you on my tank or something. I appreciate that you're trying to help, but I do want to keep this at least somewhat random with pugs and whatnot to ensure that I actually have to properly learn it. Especially for a spec like Resto Druid, where this is my first time ever playing it, so I really want to make sure I understand it. And I've been put through the ringer today, that's for sure. We only need 2 more dungeons, though. What did I... Okay, wow. I've gotten so many fucking Mysaras. So I can't run my key. Morning, Rudes. At least we're getting to a point where... It's what, like 9:30 a.m. in Europe? So I would imagine it's going to be a bit easier to find people now. What was I going to do? Yeah, I need to lower my 13. Should be a little bit easier to find people, and hopefully there's more groups up. And also, I mean, now I have an okay score, enough of my Druid to where I'm probably going to be able to actually get invited to groups, which is nice. Just uncheck Algathar, and then 10 to 12. There is a group. Is it a good group? I don't know. I will check. There is no information on this mage. And unfortunately, it looks like the World of Warcraft armory is just down. Oh, they declined me anyway and took a Preservoker. Alright. So, well. Resto Druid is your main. Nice. Yeah, I know a lot of people really like Resto Druid. Is it EU, Andy? It's nice to be able to catch you live. Nice. And I've actually gotten to play a few keys with people. A few people have, like, joined the groups and then said afterwards, like, ah, hey, I'm in your group. So that's been cool. Oh, I missed the message. Tugacy said, do you have any best way to gear alt videos? Yes. Yes, I do. Here you go. It is 11 hours long. So I'll tell you right now, there's like 2 topics, because I made that video back around it was right around the time 12.0.5 came out, so I cover some of the new systems, but when I made that video, Ascendant Void Cores were, like, Blizzard made a blue post, but it was so vague that we had no real idea what they were, so I couldn't cover it. The only thing that you need to know, that isn't covered in that 11-hour video, is after you complete a long quest line from Decimus, which I do teach you how to pick up the quest line because you need it for bonus rolls, which I do explain. But after you do all of that, you unlock this thing, Ascendant Nilhammer, and the ability to get these Ascendant Void Cores. You get them by getting Void Shards, which the best way to farm these is do your 2 Champion Praise that give gear every single week, and then just do Bountiful Delves. Alternatively, just run raid and do dungeons, but if you're trying to gear up a fresh character, I mean, that's how I got all of these Void Cores. I've just been farming Delves every single week for the past month while working on this Druid, so I already have 4 of these. And once you get a fully upgraded or crafted item on Myth or Hero track, you can use the Void Core on it. So you can see here it says Ascendant Void Forged on my weapon. I got it up to 285 because it's a crafted item, and then I used this Void Core, and you have to go here right-click this, click on the weapon, and then boom, it upgrades it. This, again, won't be something you'll need to know until much later on, because it's like once you have a fully upgraded weapon, you can make it better. But it is the only thing that is not covered in that 11-hour video. That, and as a side point, I didn't cover Vol and Nightall, these invasion points, because they were added afterwards. The nice thing about that is they're honestly kind of trash. You don't really need to do these. People will tell you that you can get good gear from them. Those people are wrong. They don't understand alt gearing, considering I've been gearing up 6 characters while that's been active, and I have not fucking set foot in there because it's just not worth your time. The only thing that you can maybe argue is worthwhile is there are world bosses. I don't know. I don't have the active world boss world quest, but there's a world boss, and they buffed the rewards, so now the world boss gives you, like, some Warbound Hero Track pieces, I think. It's like a chance at a Warbound Hero Track piece. That's like, okay, I guess. You can do the weekly world boss if you want to. It's not honestly that good. And then there is, if you kill the world boss 4 weeks in a row, you get a guaranteed Myth Track Cloak. It's only a cloak, no other slot. Which is like, whatever. So, while I don't cover that because it came out after the video, you can honestly completely ignore both of these zones, and it does not matter. The other methods discussed in my video are still faster for gearing, and that is what I've been doing on this European account. Yeah, no, so that's the thing. I understand why you think that. It's just not true that that's a... Well, you're right. You get Warbound Hero gear. Wow! It takes forever to farm. It's not good for alts. I'm sorry, it's just really not good for alts. The only other thing, I guess, that I could mention is I talked about ritual sites in my video, but they were really bad. Ritual sites kind of barely became worthwhile in very specific cases if you run it on tier 6 if you're trying to farm myth crests. If you have already gotten every possible bonus roll item that you can get by running M+ dungeons, which M+ dungeons are the best way to run or to farm myth crests, and obviously if you need to spend bonus rolls, 2 birds, 1 stone. If you have all of the items you need and you just need myth crests, you can farm tier 6 ritual sites and they're okay. They're probably on par with fast M+ dungeons, but if you really don't feel like doing group content, you can do those. That's about it. Yeah, that's what I mean's idea. Like, it is an option, right? You can do it. But the problem with getting the gear from that is it takes so long to get a single piece of hero track gear that it's like, why bother? Because delves, like, look at my gear right now. Hero, 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 hero. This I crafted, right? Hero, crafted. This I had champion, and then I got a myth track item by running dungeons. Hero, 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 champ, my rings are a little bit weak. Crucible Erratic Energies, I have multiple Hero Track Trinkets, I'm only running Crucible, because it's good, and then Hero Track Trinket. And this is one of my least geared characters out of the ones that out of all the 6 healers, right? Because I got this one to max level much later than the others. I also got fairly unlucky from Delves. I got full Hero Track gear on Prez, Disc minus like 1 ring. I missed 1 ring. Rings tend to be a bit tricky to get, but also they're like the lowest value slot, so who cares? But Prez, I got full Hero Track gear from Delves. Disc, I got almost full Hero Track gear from Delves. My Monk currently, which we're going to be doing next after Druid, has pretty much full Hero Track gear. I think I'm missing like 1 slot, but also I have next weekly reset to get Delver's Bounty and the Untainted Mana Crystals, all of which is covered in that 11-hour video, right? So I will have full Hero Track and Monk. I forget what slot it is. I haven't crafted on my Monk yet, so there's a chance I can just craft a Myth Track item in that slot. And my Paladin and Shaman have both gotten pretty lucky, and I have almost full Hero Track in them. And I've only done Delves. So, getting full champion gear, by far the fastest way is Delves. Delves give, at a baseline, guaranteed champion gear, and, well, I would say, technically speaking, the best way to get full champion gear is the Voidlight Marl boxes, if that's all you want. But you do Delves because Delves give you easy champion gear as well, and then you can save your Voidlight Marl to buy bonus rolls, and then while doing Delves, you're going to get Hero Track pieces. Now, very early on, it'll be a little bit tricky to get Hero Tracks, because the reason why you get so much from Delves is because of the Delver's Journey. But one of the things I even cover in my video is that one of your top priorities should be progressing the Delver's Journey to this point, which is nowhere near as difficult as a lot of people seem to realize, because I managed to get this within like 2 weeks of starting my fresh European account. I was already here. I was done. And I only had like 3 characters leveled by that point. So it's very easy to get this unlocked. And then once you have this unlocked, hero track gear just grows on trees. It's so easy to get full hero from delves. But you don't even need to do that, right? Like, I've been trying to be time efficient, so every single week I just drag all my healers through delves, get them their Delver's Bounty, farm up some Untainted Mana Crystals from a bunch of really easy delves. I wait for the good variants to be up, and then I run through them in like 5 to 10 minutes. And then I target buy items from Zoran for the slots that I'm missing towards the end. And then I have, boom, full hero track here. But you don't even need that. You can just do, like, mostly champion and, like, a few hero pieces, and then jump into M+ when you feel ready. And then that's the best way to get both hero track and myth track gear. So the process of, like, farming the invasion points, it's like, you can do it, but it's just not time efficient. The only reason to do this outside of, like I said, the world boss, if you want, and even that's, like, debatable, it's just not worth it to buy the Warbound boxes. Unless you just really want to farm this in your main for, like, achievements, in which case, you're basically, it's a side product, right? You're doing it on your main for something else, you happen to have this currency, buy a Warbound hero track piece, throw it to your alt, okay, sure. But I wouldn't necessarily say you're doing that to farm hero track here. Jonic said, yo, isn't Harldan the speed leveling guy? Yes. And that's a YouTube comment, right? So you're on my channel. So I've had a few people who see my Twitch channel, I'm guessing like in recommended or something, and don't realize that I'm the speed leveling guy. I am the speed leveling guy, aka the follow the arrow guy. Yeah. There you go. Who's good for gold making? Who would be the best guide? I do not think gold making guides are worth your time. I have said many times, I think the idea of a gold making guide is kind of just an oxymoron, because unless it's a raw gold farm, which it isn't often, then in order to profit, you need to have an advantage on people. If you're watching a YouTube video from some dude on this being a good farming spot, one of two things. It's either so tedious and annoying that the only reason it's profitable is because nobody actually wants to do it, or it is genuinely a good gold trick, and then most likely by the time you find out about it, it's no longer a good gold trick. Generally speaking, though, if you want to farm gold, you need to do one of 3 things. You need to figure out a trick on your own before finding it in a random guide. You need to play the auction house, which I don't know how profitable that would even be unless you're doing it at a massive scale these days, because a lot of stuff is like region wide, or you would have to invest in crafting. And the problem with investing in crafting is it's kind of late to get in now. Generally you want to do that at the start of a season, or even better, the start of an expansion, and crafting is like a lot of upfront cost to get it started, and then in theory, if you keep at it over a longer period of time, you can make profit. But for casual players, it's just not really worthwhile. Gold making in this game is just inherently fucked, and I would not really recommend wasting your time trying to optimize it. It's just really, you know, the juice is not worth the squeeze. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna ignore that one for sure. I mean, let's see if they invite me. Warbound Hero was bugged early this week, and multiple kills would give Hero repeatedly. Oh, damn. Did they roll that back? Because that, I mean, if you can repeatedly farm something for Warbound Hero, that does sound strong. But that is interesting. Harldan, do your 13 key. We like to watch your highest and fastest gameplays. Well, I'm glad you like to watch my highest and fastest gameplays. That being said, I don't really have any interest in, like, making this that much harder for myself than it has to be. I'm trying to learn Resto Druid. I'm not trying to, like, add needless challenges beyond that. The reason I'm doing it even on a 12 and not on a 10 is because in many cases doing a key on a 12 is actually easier than doing a key on a 10. I'm not doing this as an added challenge. There is genuinely a trade-off there. So there's no point in doing something on a 13 if I don't need to. Also, frankly, a 13 wouldn't necessarily meaningfully increase the difficulty. Everything would just hit slightly harder and take slightly longer, but it wouldn't fundamentally change anything, so there's no real point. But then also, I'm not doing this key. I've already done my Sorrow Caverns. It was the first key I did on the stream, so you can go back and watch that if you want to see my Sorrow Caverns on the VOD. But I already have score for it. I have zero interest. I hate doing my Sorrow once. Definitely don't want to have to do it any more than I need to. So I am not running this key. No. I'm going to try to plug into something. This person is apparently being extremely picky. Whatever. But yeah, unfortunately, I have to join a group and then I have to re-roll my plus 12. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily consider my performance in any of these keys to be, like, I don't know what highest or fastest would mean in this case. The entire point of this is not to be, like... I guess I'm not trying to show off or anything, right? I'm just trying to learn at a fundamental level. I can say I might push, obviously on my main, on North America, towards the end of the season, like in the last few weeks. I'm just like... I want to make sure I have everything else that I need to get done finished before I consider doing that. If I have time towards the end of the season, I'm definitely debating it, going for, like, the 1% title. Obviously not 0.1. That would be ridiculous. Alright, Mr. Warlock, are you going to reconsider? Do you really think that I've 3-chested a 12? Are we really going to be that picky? Like... If they weren't sitting here for fucking 5 minutes, then I wouldn't mind, but... It does seem a little bit excessively nitpicky for a plus 10, but whatever. I mean, I can't really talk considering I just had a demon sneak into my key, so I at least somewhat understand being suspicious. Yeah, declined again, dude. It's the fun part. It's the fun part of this challenge, unfortunately, because it's, still a little bit early. There aren't that many keys. Better than before, when there were literally 0 keys posted. So I was saying, oh yeah, so getting, like, so the patch is out, patch is on the 11th. Actually, I can't remember, have they officially announced when the patch comes out? I can never remember if they've actually announced it yet, or if the only reason I know is because the method guy leaked it. It's like common knowledge at this point that the patch is on the 11th, but I don't know if they actually have officially posted it before. But we have about a month. Now, on this weekend, Sunday 2nd through, I guess, well, Monday the 3rd or whatever, I will need to do, like, a super fast speed run. That's the plan. That won't be streamed. That'll be off stream, and then I'll post the recording. Just because getting that set up it depends on a lot of variables. But that'll be posted to YouTube whenever it's done. I've already done, in order to get that properly set up, before Darkmoon Fair ended. So on Friday and Saturday, I did a bit of testing with the Darkmoon Fair buff and the 30% buff to test out various, like, breakpoints of exactly how much XP I need for certain levels, and I think I know what route I'm going to be using for that speedrun. I have a general idea. But I will probably need to do a little bit more fine-tuning, which kind of works out because another thing that I'm going to have to do over the next, over the next 2 weeks is I'm currently working on the Fall of the Arrow 10 to 80 routes. So that's going to take up a lot of time. Now, I already have the Alliance one, like, I would say mostly finished. But it's, you know, still I have to put the finishing touches and whatnot, and then I have to make the Horde route. And that's definitely a top priority before 12.1, and then I have the, I'm going to make I need to do a bunch of testing for delves, and then I need to make delve guides. That's something that's going to happen, so, and then, I have North American Raid, and then I got to finish this challenge, right? So there's a lot of stuff. But, if I get through all of that, then I might do, like, a 1% mount push, or whatever. We'll see. And if I do it, I'm probably going to do it on Blood DK. For fun. Because, like, yeah, I could play Guardian Druid like a big fucking lame-o, but I think it would be more fun to try and actually push on Blood. I'd rather, like, try it on Blood and fall short than, you know, just do it on Guardian Druid to say, like, oh, hey, look at my fancy mount that I fucking press 3 buttons to get. Fuck. Honestly, we were making good time on this challenge until this point. It's been like... That is rough. Can I get invited to a single dungeon? Man. I don't even think my score at this point is that bad. I got invited to more keys earlier on when I had, like, 0 fucking score. Jesus. Alright, there we go. I'm going to lower my 12 to an 11 so that I can bonus roll it after this key. It needs to hit... what am I missing? Missing Seat of the Triumvirate after this. So if it hits Seat, then I'll just run my 11 Seat. If it misses Seat, then it doesn't matter what level it is. Alright, we have a bear tank. Low IO presumably fought him. So I'll have to see. Honestly, I may as well just use my portal. It's like, holy shit. Now, I do remember from Disc and Prez, this dungeon felt like one of the hardest to heal. We'll see how this goes. I'm sorry, what? Nope. Nope, I'll take my chances. I'll take my chances in LFG. Nope. No. I saw the blue adventurer pieces, and I just... fucking... I would gladly sit in queue for another 15 minutes, then subject myself to 10 minutes of torture followed by a deplete. Fuck that. Remember, you can dispel basically everything in this dungeon. Yeah, I do know there's a lot of poison stuff that I'll be able to get. I do have both of them checked off, right? Yeah. What it... Nice. There is... Okay, whenever I do seat, yeah. There won't really be much for me to bonus roll, but it's fine. I guess I should have checked to see if the Druid had a Famed Slayer title, because that was probably the only chance I was ever putting up with it, but I took one look, and just... Like, I really don't even know why they would invite that person, because their item level could not have been higher than, like, 250, right? I was already sketched when I saw it's, like, you know, 170-something, their highest key was only a, like, single plus. Right? Clearly it's, like, a newer-ish flavor of the month reroll Guardian Druid. But they're inviting a Guardian Druid in unenchanted 220 adventurer gear. Like, they couldn't even be bothered to spend fucking crests to upgrade their adventurer gear. Really? That's the person you're inviting to your key? That's the tank you're gonna trust to do the run? Yeah. I'm good. So. We have a real tank who has actual clothes on. Can I get a summon? Why are they at Void Scar Arena? I guess I may as well summon the other two while I'm here. Or the Warlock's basically here. I'm guessing the Hunter is, like, using Portal? Is mid-Portal or something? Okay, yeah, no, the Hunter teleported. Right. All my buffs, I should probably re-oil. Because I think I'm good. What are we dealing with here? Ooh, Survival Hunter. Very exotic. Okay. That's a trinket. Is that the party leader? That's the... Okay, yeah. Well, you know. That's how it goes. Let's just hope they're not, like, doing less damage than the tank.
4,
and I'll be happy.
3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Oh, he... Okay. Okay. I mean, all things considered, I think that went well. Pretty good first pull. We didn't even lust that. Actually, we don't really have a lust in this group, huh? I wasn't looking at the Warlock's damage, so... Fuck, I think I missed...
Rachel was the peacekeeper of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
Oh my god, I'm just getting firebolts to the face over and over. Holy. Can I shift this? No. Always want to check now, after Pit of Sauron. Oak munched my, munched my Elder Druid. The Warlock's keeping up, honestly. The Paladin tank's doing a lot of damage, but he's not, like, the Warlock's not that far behind everybody else, so credit where it's due. I'm pretty sure he could run literally any other trinket and have it do more damage, but to each their own, I suppose. Alright, yeah, this group seems solid. Should be smooth sailing. Kinda made an oopsie. I want to do this. Nice. I even got a sack. I can't really tell which one gave me that, but either way, good on them.
Soothing sounds of my harp brought Verisa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
And I spoke too soon.
Your survival wasn't
It's a
necessary.
chain pull and gets flattened. That is just prop pally things. I do think he's using his bubble a little bit too liberally. Like, if you're gonna do pulls like that, I mean, obviously, you go, like, chaining pulls like that one, you 100% need to have Guardian of Ancient Kings or Ardent Defender rolling. Alternatively, if you don't have either, you know, you can just, what's it called? Like, tag it with Avenger Shield, run in, and then, as long as you're running Final Stands, you can just bop there. But he 100% just took that completely naked, otherwise he wouldn't have just completely dropped dead in the span of a second. I did not even have time to throw an Ironbark. Put Druid here, because what's going on. Okay. Little bit spooky here. I fucked up.
Well now, that Dragonhawk seems to
Growth.
have stolen my heart.
It's fine. I kind of hope this targets me again, because I'm pretty sure that if I shift into bear form, I can very easily handle this mechanic. You know, this thing completely fucks DPS. Target me, it's fine. Kinda wish Resto Druid had something like AG for shamans. You do have, like, a lot of flexibility with your hots, but there are times when I'm like, Hey, this warlock is fine.
She reminds me of Orisa. My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was threatened.
Yeah, on single target, you can see the warlock's really trailing behind, but considering I would say their gear is, like, pretty dog shit, they honestly haven't been that bad. I would have expected a lot worse at a glance.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
Also, I forgot to Feral Frenzy. It's not ideal, but... Ace Ball, Sunfire. Just gonna play it safe.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
What are we waiting for? Harldan is... Oh, I was looking at the Ret Paladin. Fuck that up. Ah! I keep accidentally panic refreshing Life Bloom too early when I mean to hit Wild Growth. Because that's the kind of thing that, like, muscle memory, once you have it, stops being an issue.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
I think I'm starting to get the hang of this a little bit. I'm trying to get better at weaving. I can dispel curses, yeah. Drop this over here. Oh, he sacked me. Nice. Oh. Very ethical of you. To make sure I'm not standing in the way of that. I'm gonna... Thank God I tranked. Okay, not much I can do there. Again? It's a little bit embarrassing. I'm gonna honestly put my life bloom on him. Just to make sure if he fucks up, he has a safety net. My Elder Druid got munched again. Alright, that was a little bit sketchy. The hunter, really fucking ran it down on that boss.
But she never wanted to be worshipped.
It's actually, like, for a moment there, when I pressed Trank, I kind of thought to myself, like, maybe this is overkill. I don't know if I need to do this. We're not double pulling this? Oh, it's kind of bitch pull. Whatever. So yeah, even without Elder Druid, I'm just gonna DPS this. This is a fucking baby-ass pull. I was about to say, how the fuck did we get to 7 deaths? And then I remembered, like, we actually did have a full wipe earlier because the tank died, so... this is actually gonna be kinda close. I still think we're fine, but... like, this should not be close. Oops, that's my bad. In fact, actually, if we had wipe there, the key probably would be dead. So... Yikes.
Alaria hunted the old Horde with a ferocity bordering on obsession. For good reason. They took my life. Savaged our home. One of Alaria's scouting maps is within. Seems to have called on the ghosts of vengeance past. We need that map from them.
Also, honestly, this key... I literally have not glanced at chat this entire run, so apologies if there's any message I've missed. I will get to it after, but this has been a very stressful key. So, I don't really want to take any chances here. Got an Elder Druid proc. At least, like, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say anything about whether or not I think the key is easy from here, because that's just, like, actually the worst fucking thing I could possibly ever say. I'm not gonna jinx myself. Unironically, I actually have seen people fuck up the final boss, so it's, not outside the realm of possibility. Wait, what? How did I proc an Elder Druid there? Oh my god, Well-Honed Instincts procs Elder Druid. Dude, that is so fucking troll. Why? How is that a thing? That's so dumb. Now I understand. It's not just Convoke. Well-Honed Instincts also procs it? That's actually really fucked. That is a really unreliable cooldown. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That alone has, like, I'm not gonna say I fucking hate Resto Druid, but remember how we were saying earlier that, you know, it's gonna take a lot for Resto Druid to kind of end up as a healer that I enjoy more than the other ones I've been playing? This is not really doing it any favors. That interaction alone actually really fucking annoys me, and makes me slightly dislike this. Okay, it doesn't kill the fucking spec, but it's just, it's such a, like, minor little annoying inconvenience, where it's like, why? There's no way that that was, like, an intended part of the design of the spec. And I am very curious, is, like, do like, regular players of the spec actually enjoy that? Like, is that a thing that they're also annoyed by? I mean, honestly, we could full wipe here and still be fine, but...
We've done it. One last task remains.
I did glance at chat, multiple people saying the Hunter hasn't lusted. Yeah, true. I didn't even think about that, but Hunter definitely should be able to lust.
Perhaps then,
It is kind of surprising we have... I don't think we've lusted a single time all dungeon.
the restless heart that haunts us. Please, lay it to rest.
I'm not gonna worry about, like, potentially flaming him or whatever. Well, I wouldn't flame him, but, like, I could say, Hunter, can you... Oh, okay. I take it back. I take it back. Here we go. I almost fucked that up. I just bubbled it, honestly. Wise choice. Okay, that guy made absolutely zero effort to do the mechanic. It's in the back here. Nice. Even ended up plus 2ing it. There we go.
Spirits that linger within these halls have found peace.
Definitely a few sketchy moments, but it's far from the worst run I've had.
Be able to do the same.
What do I get?
For myself,
I got a
I
belt.
shall fill these halls with music until they return home.
Is a slot that I need.
Champions.
I accidentally hit caps lock. Oops. I re-rolled into a dungeon. Well, really, I re-rolled into not the key I need, which is seats. Hello, Mr. Finn. Come here. My cat has come to say hello. Good morning, owner. Good to see you. But yeah, definitely, it looks like whether or not the hunter knew he could lust, that was settled. Warlock definitely almost lost to the tank, holy. I did kind of predict that, though. The tank did really good damage, though. That's actually, I would say, better than, like, the average tank damage I see in pugs, so... the fact that the Warlock at least beat that is, like, it could have been a lot worse. We've seen significantly worse DPS today alone. A big surprise to me is the Survival Hunter, who was very geared. Honestly, really didn't do that much more than the Warlock. Rep Harldan kind of carried. Kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty. My cat is hunting. I don't know what he's hunting, but he is hunting. Meow. Yes, meow. Treats. Come here. Alright, I now have a cat in my lap. Alright, now I just need to find a seat of the Triumvirate. Potentially. I guess I may as well apply to both of them. Beggars can't be choosers. What time is it? 4:30. Okay. Yeah, so in 30 minutes, my cat has an automatic treat dispenser that goes off. That way he doesn't wake everybody up with his incessant screeching. Because early in the morning, he wants food before everybody is woken up. Usually around like 5 a.m. So we have the automatic treat dispenser so that we can stave him off for another hour or two at least. A lot of times he's just back at it again like 1 hour later at 6 a.m. Just sitting there screeching. Come on, it's a fucking +10. This person, of all people, did not be a beggar here. You have like no IO, buddy. Hopefully it doesn't take super long to find the last key, though it took a good 30-odd minutes to find that, what's it called? That Windrunner. And that was while I was searching for 2 dungeons at once, so... Fortunate that my key... I've gotten, like... I don't know. Definitely not amazing key rerolls this time around. I've gotten my Sara again and again and again, but it could have been worse. Frankly, the fact I didn't immediately reroll into something bad off the first dungeon can't be all that bad. Alright, come on, Mr. Blood DK. Have some faith. Right? Like, this is not... I don't know. I don't think this is like a... I'm not inviting someone to... Like... Definitely at 2500, I would expect people to not be like that picky. Wait. Oh, okay. Healer role available. That eliminates most of them. Eh. The other thing is I still... Blessing and a curse. I still have a mostly full mug of coffee. Which is never, like, a bad thing. But it does mean that I can't be time efficient by, like, taking a quick break here to go make more coffee. So, I just gotta tough it out and hope that a group pops up. Come on, man. You're blood DK. Don't be picky. While I wait, let me look at, are there any gear swaps I can make right now? Oh. They invited... Oh, okay. They must have wanted a fucking 3k Resto Druid or something. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Pain. I can get enchants on this stuff before I forget. I guess, like, I don't know, would it hurt to use this belt? Do I really... I don't really want that much crit. I don't want to make this swap yet. It's not large enough to warrant doing this until I can recraft, at least. Or rather, craft something different. I do have a lot of Myth Dawn crests. Fuck it. If I have to sit here, may as well. I will, I'll buy Acuity. What else? Acuity and Mark of the World Soul. And then, yeah, I don't really want any of this stuff. I don't really feel like swapping necklaces. I don't think that those are good enough to justify. Oh. It's gonna be rough finding this last key. Okay, so what would I craft then? Oh, shit. Nope. Oops. That would have been bad. Okay, so obviously chess piece, I can use this. Not having a hero track chess piece is a bummer, because I can't get this upgraded to 276, but, I mean, it's still fine. The bigger question is, if I replace my weapon, what do I craft? And, like, I'd be tempted to say bracers or cloak, but I actually have pretty good for both. A ring would be nice, but do I really want to make a ring? I could honestly, at this point, maybe justify crafting a... what's it called? Like, not even an embellish, just like a regular haste mastery ring without any embellishment on it. Like, that would probably be the best thing I could spend my crests on. And then I don't really think I should craft in belts, just because I have a Myth Track belt. I have... a boots. If the bracers weren't, like, really good stats, I'd probably craft here. Might still be worthwhile. Cloak could be good, too. And, like, I don't know what I'm gonna get off the final bonus roll. I think, honestly, crafting a ring may actually be the only thing that does make sense. Unembellished. And then I still use Sigil to hunt. And then after I open my Great Vault, then I see what I get, and then maybe I get it in one of the, opposite slots. If I get, like, bracers, then I craft a cloak or something like that. And then I can move things around to keep checking. Jesus. It's definitely a bummer that none of those groups, especially at this point, it's the final dungeon. I have the most score that I've ever had at any point of this this challenge, and still that's not good enough. That is a really big bummer. Yeah, I could throw an embellishment on here and move stuff around. I don't think it's worthwhile. Let's do Haste Mastery Ring, so that would be of the Fever Flare. I think I flew away. Oh no, I did. I clicked it. Okay, cool.
Are you planning a purchase?
Fever Flare. Current expansion, and then we do this. Fuck it. At this point, I'm officially desperate. Even the fucking Havoc Demon Hunter with no IO doesn't want to fight. Okay, we have now a Hunter with absolutely no IO. Is this guy going to be picky? I mean, I guess it might have been that like a fucking 3K player, 290 or something, queued up at the exact same time as me. But there's no way that like this, now that I actually have decent score on this character. Alright, I mean, look, it's not great. 280 Guardian. I mean, could be, yeah, they invited it, alright. At this point, I'll take what I can get. At the end of the day, it's also not my key, right? So, if it gets depleted, I just try again. Okay, we're inviting a 271 DPS warrior. We've invited 3 druids. Alright. This is an S tier comp from the 0 IO Hunter, which tells me a lot about what to expect from this. I mean, they are literally called SS Hunter. They are a self-proclaimed SS tier Hunter. Clearly, that's what that's supposed to mean. What the fuck? Why have we converted to raid? Dear Lord, what have I gotten myself into? Oh, fucking hell. Alright. The Druid says Leather Stack XD. Alright. Well, the nice thing about this, the Druid also said, I need staff, please. Alright, so this Druid doesn't know what bonus rolls are, presumably. This Druid has also only ever... You only see logs for both Bear and Resto, not for Bonekin, or Feral. Yes, they're Feral. I'm gonna be honest, my current prediction, look, I'll be happy if this goes well, because then, you know, this is the last key of the challenge. My prediction, Guardian Druid pulls the entire room, we all die. I think that's what's gonna happen here. I'm officially predicting it. They should make a separate rating system for Brazil keys. That would be interesting, yeah. I don't really have any horse in that race, though. No, the hunter doesn't know how to do countdowns! Oh, we're so fucked. What? He did a... It's your key. It's because they're riding the Druid. Okay, alright. We're off to an amazing start.
5, 4, 3,
I can feel the prediction.
1.
I can feel it. It's coming true. Believe it. Oh, never mind. The opposite. Single pack full. Okay, alright, we're double pulling. Thank God we're double pulling. I was gonna say, man, there's no fucking shot we're doing a single fucking pack. Oh. Right. You know what, though? Like, I'll take this. I have said many times, if you don't do dumb pulls as a tank, and you pull super safe, it is basically impossible to deplete keys at this point. Unless you just, like, actively troll. I need to trank this. I don't really like the whole... Okay, alright, and now we're doing the dumb thing. Now we're doing the dumb thing. Now we're doing the dumb thing. Alright, apparently I also need to, be the only person... Again, we're back to me being the only person reliably handling orbs. Alright, that's lovely. Actually, I really don't know how nobody died there. I'm actually quite pleased with myself. Okay, this knocks back, right? Doesn't actually. No, 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 no. Oh my god. Oh my god! Alright. I just saw my life flash before my eyes. I did have strength, though, so...
The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all.
I guess it must have been accidental that he pulled that. We're not pulling those side packs, apparently. Alright. Maybe he's bugged. My friend hasn't been able to do a countdown all season. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no. I've also never heard of that bug. Are you sure your friend is using the correct command? Are you sure your friend is typing /countdown and not /timer? His /timer is from an add-on. /countdown is the actual in-game version of it. Okay, our Demon Hunter is AFK. But, I mean, that's besides the point. I don't think that the reason he couldn't do the countdown is because he didn't have it bugged. Every indicator I've seen so far is that this hunter is just a new player or something. The Demon Hunter just going straight AFK is fucking crazy. He said nothing in chat, by the way. Like, obviously, I know you guys can't see chat, but, you know, take my word for it, right? He has said nothing. He just fucking ripped it. I mean, obviously, fucking emergencies could happen, but that is still fucking wild to do. Alright, he's back. Oh, fuck, I accidentally was in bear form. Door knocking. At least he's back.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal with these intruders.
Why are we... What is this kiting that's going on? We're just kiting these mobs back and forth for seemingly no discernible reason. I'm so... Like, what? Why are we kiting? I mean, probably because he's fucking dying. Like, dude, hello? It's just, like, baffling. Genuinely baffling. What is going through this Guardian Druid's head currently? At least he typed my B, so he like, you know, you fuck up, you type my B, alright. You fuck up, you type question mark, we're gonna have a problem. Last Guardian Druid that fucked up and died typed question mark. Jesus. They also, credit where it's due, are sometimes doing the orb mechanic, even though it's mostly left to me. He had no issues in War Within. If you have emergencies, don't... Yeah, well, to be fair, right, like, as I said, if it is, like, you know, an emergency, it happens, right? And he did say, you know, sorry... And he came back, like, relatively quickly. Obviously, you never know, right? So I see that happen, and I'm immediately like, oh, dude, not like this, right? But... Yeah, and like you said, if you have little kids, so... Obviously, I see that, and I'm concerned, but I'm not gonna, like, flame the Demon Hunter. I do, like, he said someone at the door. I do kind of wish that feels like a mundane enough reason that, like, you can at least type BRB, someone at door, or something like that. But I guess if you come back, then no harm, no foul.
A gift of power.
Jesus. This hunter is kind of taking the dick. Are we pulling into boss? Interesting. That's a range bug. I mean, it kind of works out because, like, surely now we should pull extra trash. Because we skipped a lot in the first room, so unless we're going to make it all up at the end, which we shouldn't.
Efforts will not be interrupted.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
I'm gonna get the stray one back here and hope that they have enough room there. Yeah, worst case, they can't eat it. Dude, what the fuck happened to this guy? I think he just backflipped through multiple orbs. I'm just gonna trick. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, sorry, dude. You can't do that twice and expect to live. That's a little bit fucking wild. Come on, like, make one mistake. And, like, doing the exact same thing, like, I guess technically because I kept him alive, maybe he just didn't even realize that he fucked up. And he's just like, oh, wow, that mechanic hits really hard. This is gonna be awkward. Yeah. Dude, he did it again! Stop eating orbs. Yeah, the Demon Hunter is losing any leeway from me. He ate 2 orbs just there, by the way. Like, what is he Can he not see them? Is he bugged? Are they not showing up on his screen? Like, I've never seen somebody, like, eat so many orbs multiple times in a row. Like, it has to just be, like, it's just not showing up for him or something, right? Like, there's no fucking way. Fucking all-you-can-eat buffet over here for Mr. Demon Hunter.
Thank you for removing the obstacles between me and this staff of heroes. Yes, this will do nicely. You'll find their viceroy near the entrance to the temple, feebly trying to break in.
Only the strong.
Eliminating him will give
What even? I wasn't in that frontal, right? Yeah, I mean, that was just a fucking crazy pull to do. What? Dead key with this? What do you... Dead key with this pull? We have 18 minutes. This is one of the most forgiving timers. I mean, it was a terrible pull, for sure. But, man.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Honestly, it's a good thing that my Convoke actually... I died like a moment before I hit Convoke, otherwise I wouldn't have it right now, which would kind of suck. I mean, I'll say one thing. I was not even remotely wrong about my prediction for this this group. We might end up timing the key, but I was absolutely bang on about this being an absolutely fucking awful group.
Of power.
Shit, I'm stuck on the floor. Recently. Hey, somebody just crafted my ring at rank 5. Alright. The public order 42069 works every time. I think I might have been able to dodge that, but I'm not gonna... Okay, yeah, honestly, that hunter just got marked for death. Very unlucky that that happened to him and he got double infused literally as I shifted, but also at the same time, it's like very undergeared, and getting double void infusion at that exact moment is just that's a rough one for him. It's not a long run back.
I shall bring you to your twilight.
What is killing this demon? Like, how is he dying? Genuinely, how is he dying? How is he always dying? Like, is he just eating fucking orbs to the face again? Different boss, same shit? Like, how? Fucking miracle somebody got those CCs back there. He's so fucking lucky. I immediately... Like, if it was anybody else, I would have been like, surely he doesn't die from here, and I can just continue. But then I immediately shifted out. Nature Swiftness, fucking... regrowth on him, and then he immediately gets hit again. That would have killed him. I mean, genuinely fucking incredible. Let's time that. I'm just gonna... Forgot to Feral Frenzy again, but, I mean, got me some fucking slack this dungeon. Right, this is what a fucking train wreck. Projected textures disabled. I don't think that one's a projected texture. I think that one's a whole ass model that he's going around fucking gobbling up like Pac-Man. It's a texture projected onto a fucking 3D orb. I'm not used to this dungeon. Yeah. I can fucking tell. Oh, there's a... I'll look at chat again in a little bit. I'm just... I know for a fact I'm gonna have to bust my ass here. There is absolutely zero chance they actually do the mechanic correctly. So I'm prepared to get like 3 sets of beams. It's gonna be fun. Get my Elder Druid on CD early. This position. Can't tell. Did we hit 3? We actually hit 3. Okay. So, presumably we're not going to get a 4th set. Silver lining. We got very lucky. Holy shit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Really matter. What do here? I'm in bear form. I think we got, yeah, we got all 3. Nice. I'm free.
The light become a creature.
What's the Lura damage? Meters are fucked up. I beat the bear! I beat the bear on Lura. I did. I'll be honest. I fucking cranked. I got another chest piece. Alright. I fucking cranked in that burn phase. Just Feral Frenzy and then boom. Wrath, 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 wrath. I don't think I'm supposed to beat the bear, though. I don't think that's normal. Well, that's Resto Druid. I'm glad it wasn't a struggle. I mean, we had some rough keys, for sure. A handful of them. But it could have been a lot worse, considering this was definitely outside of, I guess, like, I'll be a little bit nervous for Holy Priest, probably, just because I've heard so many bad things about it. And I guess Holy Paladin a little bit as well. But I don't know. Resto Druid, definitely, I had no idea going in until, like, you know, this morning when I sat down to, like, really study up on it. But overall, while I'm not going to say I played perfectly, I do think I played pretty well, considering it was my first time ever on the spec. It's also, Resto Druid, like, I understand why people like it, but I don't, I don't know, I don't want to be, like, negative. It's not that I'm, like, I dislike the spec. Resto Druid, like, it's the same reason why I don't love, like, dot management, like, buff management, stuff like that. Any spec that's, like, about debuff juggling, like, I think I handled it all right, but it's, like, I have ADHD, so making sure that I have, like, all these different, like, buffs and debuffs running it's a nightmare. And I'm sure that I would get better at it with time, but, like, there were many times where I let my life bloom sit inactive for a few seconds. I would let my stuff fall off. That's, like, minor overall. I don't think it made that much of an issue. By far, my biggest gripe with the spec is the way that Call of the Elder Druid works. Like, the fact that this can trigger off Frenzied Regen from Well-Honed Instincts, and from random spells you proc off Convoke, like, that's actually so fucking troll. Because this is a pretty decent healing CD. And also, like, it's nice for damage, right? So the fact that sometimes this can proc and it's just like, oh, yeah, fuck you. There goes your entire, like, mini CD from this talent. That feels really bad. Really, really, really bad. That's probably the only thing so far that I objectively strongly dislike about the design of this. And I don't know if it's a bug. I don't know if it's, like, Resto Druid players like it this way for some reason. But that has kind of felt like shit. Otherwise, it's fine, but yeah, like, extensive hot management is just, it's just really difficult for me to keep track of. I don't know. It's, because the thing is, this will never be as easy for me as Disc Priest, or as interesting for me as Preservation. Like, Disc Priest, I don't really need to think about anything, outside of, just doing my burst window. And I have reactive spot healing, like Power Word Shields, like the Surge of Light or whatever. And I don't need to really keep track of my atonements, at least in a dungeon environment. Maybe in raids, Disc Priest would be more annoying if I have to, like, perfectly keep track of my ramp or whatever. I could see that potentially being a pain, but right now, the way that I play Disc and Keys is just, Radiance, fucking Mind Blast, Penance, Smite, Penance, Smite, and it's just like, oh, hey, atonement fell off, boop. And then, yeah. Holy Priest is good, just don't use the dorky meme builds. I guess whenever I get around to Holy Priest, I'll keep an eye out to make sure I'm not using it. Historically, I have liked Holy Priest. I'm more worried because people say it's really weak right now, but I have, in the past when I have played Holy Priest, I have enjoyed how it plays. So, as long as Holy Priest isn't, like, completely dogshit, which I don't think it is. I think it just gets a bad rep because it's just worse than Disc right now. But I feel like I'll be fine with Holy. I'll also be much more geared by that point, so. You would take Harmonious Blooming over Nurturing Dormancy? What the fuck is Nurturing Dormancy? Search. Nurture. My god, I can't type. Nurturing Dormancy. When your rejuvenation heals a full health target, its duration is increased. And then... You meant the Resto Druid meme build? Oh, I don't know. I guess I managed to dodge that one, then. Wait, is this what you're considering the dorky meme builds? Because this is not the dorky meme builds. Which stream of scenarios worked as smart healing? Yeah, fair. And then what did you say? You would take Harmonious Blooming? Which one is Harmonious Blooming? This. Life Bloom counts for 3 stacks. Okay, so just Life Bloom healings more. I mean, I don't think this is the dorky meme build, right? I would not call this a meme build. I looked at all of the top Resto Druids, and all of them were running this. Now, maybe there's a case to be made, right, of like this... There are other options that you can run, and you don't actually need to run this build, and that maybe after the changes, or whatever... Do you remember the video, this build is good even on pugs, and the motherfucker's plugging with Kira Tank? That's pretty funny, if that is true, yeah. Like, all things considered, right? The build did fine, right? It's not... The build itself, I don't think, is the problem. It felt fine, and honestly, the Dream of Cenarius, like, the Call of the Elder Druid healing, like, that felt good. It wasn't that which was the problem. It's just the fact that, like, as I'm learning, right, the fact that I can randomly have my Call of the Elder Druid munched by Well-Honed Instincts, and then I would not realize it, right? So I'd be like, okay, you know, I can shift into Boomkin and do Call of the Elder Druid for this upcoming damage, and then it's not up, and I'm like, oh, fucking stupid-ass Well-Honed Instincts munched my proc, and I, you know, didn't realize. That just feels bad, right? So it's more of just a talent jank, and I don't like that. But the idea, right, the concept of you shift into Boomkin form and do healing, honestly, I love that. I mean, it's kind of very Disc Priest-esque, and I like Disc Priest, so I don't mind that. I wish that I wouldn't randomly shift into Boomkin form only to realize, wait, it's, you know, on cooldown for 30 more seconds. That felt really bad a few times, because then suddenly I'm, like, you know, unprepared for it. I think I have a healing CD, I don't, and I have to, like, panic, go back, and, like, throw out a bunch of healing. That just feels yucky. I love how you see the exhaustion debuff of your frames in a way to blacklist. Yeah, it's annoying. Hunters are the literal glass cannon to the expansion. To be clear, that guy was extremely undergeared. I inspected him before the key. I don't know if you saw. It was his key. But that was like a fresh alt. He slapped on some Warbound shit. That Hunter was just really squishy. So... Hunters might be squishy. I'm not disagreeing. But it wasn't just that the Hunter was squishy. He also was, like, really low item level. Which, yeah, that'll be a factor as well. You're playing Keeper of the Grove instead? I did, like, I heard... Or, well, rather, I read on some of the guides that, like, some people can consider playing Keeper of the Grove, but, again, I'll be honest, I looked at every single high IO Resto Druid, I looked at logs, and I could not find anybody actually playing it. But it was kind of weird, like I said, where the highest IO Resto Druids have not played in 9 weeks. I'm sure they've all re-rolled Mistweaver. I talked about this at the start of the stream, right? But obviously it's, you know, it's been a while, so I'll repeat it. When I was looking up the Resto Druid builds, I checked through, I think it was like the top 25 Resto Druids, and not a single one of them had a key that gave them score within the last 9 weeks. Like, deadass. Unless, like, one of them did a single key that I just didn't happen to look at that particular dungeon. A lot of them are, like, Chinese or Korean, and the vast majority of them have just not played their Resto Druid in 9 weeks, which I'm guessing is when the Resto Druid nerfs came out, and the Guardian buffs came out. It kind of checks out. It has been a while. So, one thing that I was kind of concerned about going in is that maybe this is an outdated build, and that after the changes, people aren't running this, but then a bunch of people in chat or very early on were like, no, that build's fine, I've been running that build, so... And like, I mean, now that we're done, the build did perform well. That was not even remotely an issue. Keeper of the Grove has better spell damage and ranged. Yeah. I mean, for all I know, maybe I would enjoy that playstyle more, but yeah. I can pretty safely say, just with this experience, and like, look, this was not the worst experience ever. I have had some Keystone Hero challenge runs where, like, by the end of it, I fucking hate the spec and I never want to play it again. So, like, just trying to think, I really did not enjoy, what's it called? Demo Warlock. I really did not vibe with Demo Warlock, back in War Within at least. Arcane Mage, I just really did not like Arcane Mage that much. Sub Rogue, I actually, that one never got posted to YouTube. I got about 2/3 of the way through, and then I actually just straight up gave up on it. I really did not vibe with War Within Sub Rogue. It just, something about it was not clicking. So I actually never even completed that one. Meanwhile, like, Assassination Rogue surprised me, as I totally vibed with that spec. I felt it was really fun. Like, Preservation, the first 2 times I played Prez, I really did not like Prez, I'll be honest. But Prez definitely is a spec that has grown on me a lot, to where at this point, honestly, I would say I genuinely enjoy it. I think it's quite fun. But that's the thing about Prez, right? Like, it took me a while to really feel like I understand it. I feel like I understand Resto Druid. The issue that I had with Prez the first few times I played it is I felt like I was just missing something, and I was, right? There were a few different things that I was missing. I was way too reliant on Lifebind back in War Within, and using that, and I wasn't doing, like, mini echo ramps as much, and I wasn't, like, keeping reversion rolling on multiple players to get, like, the... whatever the buff is, Golden Hour or something. And once I figured that stuff out and I got better at playing it, then I really understood it. You know, I wasn't as good about using stasis and rewind and stuff like that as cooldowns. Another thing I struggled with is because I initially started learning healing on Resto Shaman, time dilation took me a while to get used to. At this point, I played multiple healers now, time dilation, pain suppression, and now Ironbark, to where using externals more liberally is something that I've gotten better at, but that also really fucked me up. So I really just felt like I was missing puzzle pieces the first time I played Prez, but then when I got those puzzle pieces, I really appreciated the design of the spec, and I'm like, oh, actually, this is really cool. But Resto Druid, I feel like I get it, and I don't hate this. Like, it's fine. I feel like I understand it enough to say this probably just isn't for me. And I definitely enjoyed Disc and eventually Prez a lot more once I played them. Frankly, even Resto Shaman. Because Resto Shaman is just kind of a vibe of, like, keeping all the hots rolling and managing that has been, like, kind of stressful for me to figure out. Like I said, ADHD, it's a lot to process. And the problem with that also is I can totally imagine a world where if I'm trying to do, like, chill keys, like, doing a chill key on Disc is literally, like, brain off, throw out Atonement, and then brr, like, Penance. Prez, I cannot do chill keys on Prez. Prez, I'm always fucking stressed out, but I do just enjoy the playstyle. And then Resto Shaman is, like, also super chill, because you just throw down, whatever, Surging Totem, and then just chain heal. Like, it's a vibe, right? So I'm not going to say Resto Shaman's my favorite thing ever, but it's a lot easier to play around, for me at least. So, I don't know. Didn't hate Resto. Definitely there's been some specs that I've done Keystone Hero with. I'm trying to think of other examples, right? Honestly, BM Hunter. I was not a big fan of BM Hunter. That one I kind of already knew, though, going in. I had played BM Hunter multiple times before I played the Keystone Hero Challenge version. Rep Heli I didn't mind, but honestly kind of similar to this. Rep Heli, like, I didn't dislike it. It is what it is. You know what it is going in. But it kind of bored me, I'll be honest. Trying to think of other ones. There's definitely been other specs that I did not vibe with as much. But yeah, I can pretty safely say that next season, when I pick 3 healers to go for, like, Keystone Legend or whatever, and potentially Cutting Edge, I'm probably not going to carry over Resto Druid into my repertoire. I'll still, like, this will still be an ongoing part of the Keystone Hero and Every Spec Challenge, because remember, the ultimate goal on that challenge is 1 season. After I have learned every single spec, I am going to try to get all of them done in a single season. I'll need a lot of time to get that done. In the meantime, I'm chipping away at, like, learning new ones each time. But now, at the very least, I can say I understand Resto Druid. So, in a future season, it may not be my favorite healer, but when I dust it back off to get Keystone Hero, like, next season, the season after that, I still will understand the core gameplay loop. Whereas, before starting, I had to do a lot of reading on how to figure it out. But, like, a good example is, for Preservation and Disc Keystone Hero, I basically spent, like, 15 minutes skimming the WoW Head Guide, went, yep, most of this seems familiar, walked into a key, like riding a bike. Felt completely intuitive. So, it definitely, the muscle memory has not worn off for those specs, and that's good to know. And I think that is true for pretty much everything. Obviously, some specs got reworked, like, I really enjoyed Fire Mage in War Within, but I've heard that plays a good bit differently now, so who knows? Whenever I get back around to Fire again, I might need to do a little bit of relearning for it, but is what it is. One day he'll read chat. Yeah. Hello, Natty. Sorry, I was just distracted. Let's see. What did I miss? With Thomas said, Healer Diff, what ring did you get crafted? I got this ring crafted. This thing. Haste Mastery. Which, you know, good stats for Resto Druid. Also, not bad stats for Bear. I think Bear would probably prefer Haste Versatility, but, like, Mastery is not a dead stat for Bear. As long as it has Haste, you're fine. So, this is definitely a solid craft, especially because rings are my weakest slot. My tank doesn't sleep. I sleep, I just sleep at weird times. It's kind of crazy with the top IO Druids. Is that a flavor of the month thing? I would imagine it has to be a combination of both. Definitely a lot of them, I'm sure, re-rolled Mistweaver, because Resto Druid was meta at the start of the season, so presumably all of the top R Druids were, like, the #1 ranked IO healers early in the season, and then they probably just re-rolled Mistweaver. But I can't speak for whether the nerfs were that bad. Resto Druid doesn't feel that bad. I think it's more a combination of, because Guardian is so popular, it's just really hard to justify running keys with a Resto Druid, because you basically need to be running with a Brewmaster Monk tank for it to be viable. And even then, I think most people are playing Resto Shaman with Brewmaster, so yeah. He cares more about YouTube. I care about you both. It's just, I read one message on YouTube, and then I got distracted and started yapping in response to it. But yeah. This is Europe, yeah. Natty, you've played with my main druid. Is my main druid 276? I don't know, you tell me. You have literally been in the same raid as it. Yes, this is Europe. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same name because, you know. Obviously, you know, I want to have my characters be named the same. I'm not going to make, like, a new, like, Elvara EU. I could do, but no point. You don't know what DPS you want to ult? I mean, there's a lot of great options. You know what? Fuck it. I gotta do this at some point. We'll do... I haven't done my weekly key on Preservation yet. We'll fucking send it. You're playing on Europe? Give me a shout if you need a tank or a mage. I appreciate it. If you want to try and join... Well, we're done with Resto Druid Keystone Hero. But as a general rule of thumb, if you want to join the runs, you could try and snipe your way into it, but I'm not going to queue up with anybody, just to keep things fair, right? You're ready for NCB EU 0 to Hero? Man, I mean... Honestly, it would be cool if more people in the guilds played European characters. It's a little bit lonely here. I mean, presumably I'll eventually find, like, a second European guild, and then I'll have, like, more people to regularly run with. But as it stands, you know, I'm partially pugging for the sake of the challenge, but also because, yeah, there's, like, not many people here. But definitely for challenge runs, I do try to keep it balanced. Check all. What do I need, honestly, as Prez? That's probably a bigger question. I think, honestly, I'm just going to look for anything that's a 12. 12, healer roll available. 12. Let's do a fast dungeon. Fast dungeon, but, like, I want it to at least be a decent... 0.5k main. It's Mysara. I could get the Mysara out of the way. I do still need to do it. Ugh. Do I do this now? If you're not catweaving, Wildstalker loses some value. Yeah. And, like, if you played, you're in Moonkin stance and casting Wrath Starfire, you can confidently say Keeper is way better. Well, to be fair, I mean, the build that I'm running of going Boomkin form and while still running Wildstalker, like, I'm not doing this just because. I did look up, and that is what people are doing. I made sure I triple-checked that the people running Wildstalker are actually not putting up bleeds. They are just going into Moonkin form, and I did confirm that that is actually how they are playing it. So... Litany Trinkets works wonderfully with the spec. Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, it's kind of tricky for me to get raid trinkets right now. I might eventually try and, like, pug raid a little bit, but it's like anything I get now will kind of be invalidated next season anyway, so I'm not really too concerned about optimizing my gear right now. Because, like, my Evoker is just going to have item level, but realistically, I'm not going to be raiding on this character until 12.1 anyways. So... I may as well just get item level so that next season I can farm up again. And then maybe next season I'll try and target specific raid trinkets. But... do I get score from a 12 Sky Reach? I already have a 12 Sky Reach. How much do I hate myself? I mean, let's search 10 to 12 instead. 10 Sky Reach. Built. Maybe I just do, like, a quick 10. I'll be honest, like, I am... At some point, I definitely want to get a Mysara, because, like, technically we depleted the Mysara I did on Prez. But I'm like, so not in the mood to do Mysara right now. Like, that is torture that I will subject myself to at a future time. You already got Disc as your main, and then sub, but you don't want to... You don't know if you want to make War Prez? Never played before DH? I mean, I enjoy Prez, but it's definitely a bit of a janky spec, and most people I know are not a big fan of it. So, if you aren't really comfortable... I mean, you said Disc is your main, so who knows? If you do main healer, maybe you would like it. But... it's definitely a bit of a weird one, for sure. I have solid IO. I don't know why I'm... People hate fucking Prez, dude. It's so hard to just get into even plus 10s. Might have missed this, but is there a particular reason you're playing on Europe? Yeah, that's actually a good group. I mean, I do Mysara if it's a solid IO group with, like, a decent comp. But, I mean, they also probably won't want me because, you know, it's a decent comp, but then throw a Preservation Evoker into the mix, yeah, and it's a fucking shit show. Is there a reason I'm doing this on Europe? Kinda. I mean, the simplest reason is, like, why not, right? If I'm gonna get a European account set up, I guess, like, that's probably the main reason, right? I was already planning on getting a European account set up. You know, it wasn't something... I already have 12 CNS, actually. If it's, like, an easy 10, then I'll do it. I was already planning on getting a European account set up. Like, it gave me a good opportunity to test leveling. I got to do runs without the Warband Mentor bonus, so I leveled up a bunch of characters. So, that was fun, you know, getting to play in Europe. I've always planned on doing that. And I started setting it up back in War Within, and then just never really got a chance to play it. So it can't hurt to have accounts on 2 different regions. And then if I'm already getting a European account set up, so like I guess that's the justification for the European account. It's like, why not? I have basically 2 completely full North American accounts. I do not need any more alts in North America. I've leveled so many characters. What am I going to do with another set of alts? So may as well try something different, level them on Europe. That way also like European people can join me in keys. Like that's fun. But what's it called? The other reason well, 2 reasons, right? If I'm already playing on Europe, may as well do the challenge on Europe. But there is one key reason. Jesus Christ, dude. This I've already done Prez, right? Like, I did not expect finding a single fucking key on Prez for weekly to be this hard. Nobody fucking wants this spec, man. Like, 280 item level, already done, like, multiple 12s, 2700 score. I can't get invited to a single fucking +10 now? What is going on? What is my key? What key do I have? Can I just run my own key? I have a 12 Skyreach. Fuck it. Holy shit. I'm just gonna post my own key. This is a new one. I cannot believe I cannot get invited to a single fucking dungeon as preservation. I mean, I understood this when I was doing Prez Keystone Hero, and I was like lower item level, but like, Christ. But okay, so the main reason for doing this on Europe is eventually I want to join a guild on Europe. But I'm not going to leave my North American guild, right? So the nice thing about European guilds is they raid at completely different times. Like there is 0 overlap because the times are so different, right? Even like a kind of bad time for Europe would never possibly overlap with the times that my guild raids. So if I try to do this in North America, and the eventual goal, which is to do, to get Cutting Edge as a healer, that would basically be impossible for me to do on North America, because, like, how would I find a guild that both is willing to give me a shot as a healer, and also has 0 conflicts whatsoever with my NA guild? But on Europe, by default, basically every single guild will be available to me. So all I need to do is find a guild that's willing to give me a chance. Oh, that's Gigabait. What do I want? I'll take the 3.7k Warlock. Alright. Just to form your own keys as Prez. Do the Warlock and the Rogue know each other? They are on the same server. Build before you can log on. It's all good. I'm only doing the single key as Prez, because I want to have one key in my vault, just for a chance at getting a myth track upgrade that I don't have to bonus roll. May as well. And then it also helps to, not stay rusty, right? Warrior... Is the warrior not running in? Hello, Mr. Warrior. He's either on the longest loading screen or he's just... Okay, he's just being slow. I don't know. Good. Countdown.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4,
Shouldn't have
3,
that.
2.
I should have waited until right as we were about to pull to do that. guess I should have... Okay, nice, I got the Druid. Okay, we're doing the big pull. Come on, kick repel. Oh, nice. Stasis. Holy shit. I don't know what just, like, chunked the rogue. It's awkward, actually. I can't really... This guy's health bar doesn't move, yeah. This is what an actual oh my god, dude. I didn't finish the sentence. I was gonna say this is what an actual Guardian Druid looks like, and then he fails to kick repel. Or CC it in the slightest. I live, though, W. Second repel's about to hit the towers. Come on, live. And then I guess I'll do... I'll save this. I'll wait and bank up a fully charged Dream Breath for, like, the first instance of damage. That way I have my stasis rolling for when I really need it. This, I need to position myself near the Warlock. They're giving me a workout, that's for sure. Stasis. Oh, shit! Oopsie. I'm kinda fucking up. Warlock being in Africa is really annoying. Near, if you're watching the stream, like, man, you pick the worst times to message me. Maybe he's not, that's why. Guess I realize now I did not get a lust. Oops. My stasis is about to go. Oh shit. I think I'm gonna let those echoes sit for a bit. Now I can do that. Stasis here in a second. One. Come on. The warrior just stepped into the middle. Come on, man. Wow, this tank is fast. He's like always so far ahead. It's a good thing, though. Don't fixate me. The warrior just took that to the face. Honestly, like, fucking true warrior player right there. I want to save the end. Minor fuck up. Fine. Alright, then I use...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, there's my stasis.
4, 3,
Commit!
2, 1.
Nice. Alright. That one's kind of easy to do on a Booker. And I would imagine DH. You don't really need any fancy trick on this class. You were unaware that NA played at this time of day. I'm EU. Well, I am also currently playing on European servers, so... I am, like, I live in North America, but... my sleep schedule is just fucked. It's gonna be a little awkward. They killed the Solar Rip real fast. Oh, shit. Oh, come on. I was about to say, please don't death or repel. Oh, fuck me. Okay, that was a bird, though. It's not a repel. Nice. The tank has been really good, at the very least, so that's made this key kind of easy.
We will cast you down like the mountains in heaven. Let the scavengers below feed on their
All those hots. Okay. Target deep breath, whatever.
behold the might of the Arator. Let the scavengers below feed on their behold the might of the Arator.
Did not realize he was the one with the fire. That explains why he took a chunk of damage. It's on me. It's nice that you can still do all your, like, empowered casts in this. And it doesn't, like, completely fuck you. Alright. Actually gained score from that. That was better than my previous plus 12. Nice. Mostly just wanted an easy key, though. Okay, like, yeah, the tank is a fucking plus 20. Definitely we had two really stacked players in this run. The tank was the second DPS? Holy fuck. Yeah. I mean, I won't complain, because this isn't even part of the challenge. Ooh, wow. Okay, I got a really good cloak, but also, that's my crafting slot, so... I don't know if I want to recraft again. I don't know how much I really care. But yeah, that was just for Weekly Vault as a little bonus. But, yeah. Do I use any add-ons? I mean, kinda. Not many. Like, depends on what add-ons you're talking about. Like, pretty much the bare minimum. Like, Northern Sky Ray Tools, RC Loot Council, Bigwigs, right? I don't really use any, like, any UI or helper add-ons or whatever, if that's the question. Isn't the ping rather terrible? Honestly, no. My ping has been pretty nice. Right, what is it right now? Yeah, 90 ms. It's pretty consistently around 90 ms. I don't feel it at all. It's really, really, really chill. It helps that, like, I'm on the East Coast, right? So I would imagine if you're on the West Coast, it would probably be a bit shitty, but it's, pretty solid for me. And, like, on North America, we have Australian servers, and whenever I play on an Australian server, I get, like, 300 ms, and it's a fucking nightmare. And I've had to do keys. Like, I join a group and I don't check, and I'm like, ah, fuck, it's an Australian server. Also, what the fuck? Why is, like, my frame rate just randomly going to shit? When you stare at the frame rate tracker, your frame rate just tanks, apparently. Yeah, having played on oceanic servers, and the ping there is fucking atrocious. This honestly feels really normal. It's probably about the same as connecting to West Coast servers on North America. Really can't tell the difference. Yeah, no problem on it. Tilia TV said, what do you think about the most skill-ceiling DPS classes in WoW except for Devourer DH? I mean, I can't really comment because I have not played every single spec in the game. So, I don't know. I'll be honest, it's really hard for me to say because so many specs got simplified, so in my mind, I, like, jumped straight to some of the examples I would normally give, and then I'm just like, actually, those specs are kind of fucking easy now. So, I don't know. It's tough to say. I mean, I would have probably said, like, Devourer has a high skill ceiling, but then you said except Devourer, so, you know, I don't know. Yeah. A lot of the historically hard specs have been dumbed down. I think Windwalker is probably still one of the higher skill stealing DPS specs. It's definitely a lot simpler now than it used to be, but the whole, like, combo playstyle I know still fucks people up. And it has surprised me how often, because I like Windwalker. Windwalker is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, DPS spec. I really enjoy it, and I've used it for a lot of speedruns. And there have been a few times when people express to me that they think Windwalker is a bad leveling spec, and I'm just like, huh? Have you seen my world records on Windwalker? Like, what do you mean it's a bad leveling spec? And it definitely seems to be the case that if you are not familiar with how Windwalker plays, it can, like, really fuck your shit up. It's I suppose, not very intuitive. For me, it's kind of hard to say because it just clicks really well. I love Windwalker, but I have been told that for a lot of people, they struggle. So, I guess I'd probably say that as an example. And then it's tricky because there's, like, some builds of things, like, I think of Momentum Havoc, right? But, like, if you're not playing Momentum, I would say Havoc is fairly easy, right? There have been builds of Fire Mage that have been pretty tricky, builds of Arcane Mage that are tricky, but I've heard that, like, Mage in general right now is way simpler to play than it was in War Within, for instance. Feral, I've heard, is a lot more dumbed down now than it has been historically. Arms can maybe be a little bit tricky, at least compared to, like, Furi, which I think is pretty brain dead. Personal opinion. I found Demo Warlock to be a little bit complicated. Rogue, I think Rogue tends to be one of the most complicated classes in general, like across all the specs. I have heard that right now, like, Sub-Rogue is apparently very, very brain dead easy to play. I can't attest to that. I have not played Sub-Rogue since last expansion. Last expansion, Sub-Rogue fucked my brain up. Really, really struggled with it. And, like, Assassination was just objectively a very complicated spec last expansion. Have not played it yet this Xbox, so don't know. But again, it was a spec that, like, it clicked for me really early. So I really liked Assassination, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't very involved the last time I played it. And then Outlaw has a, like, gigantic skill ceiling where you have to, like, stay in stealth as long as possible to keep your buffs rolling and, like, roll the bones, getting, like, the right buffs from that. I think a lot of that has changed in Midnight, but it had a really high skill ceiling back in War Within. So that's why, like, I don't know, it's tricky to answer. There's definitely, I think a lot of specs have, or can have, high skill ceilings if you are really trying to squeeze every last bit of damage out of them. I think is maybe the real takeaway. But also, other takeaways that a lot of specs are just really simple nowadays compared to what they used to be like. But alright, it is 6 a.m. where I am, and we are done both with Resto Druid Keystone Hero and with getting my weekly key for Preservation. Both of which overall went pretty well. I think I'm pretty sure I've read every message in chat. I don't think I missed anything. So I will end it there. I'll probably be streaming later today. My guild is doing our usual full 9 out of 9 Mythic Reclear. It is, yeah, it's 9 out of 9, right? Or is it, how many bosses? I always forget, like, with the addition of Rotmire, what is it? 1, and then 6, right? So 7, I guess it's 10, right? Yeah. Because it was 9 out of 9 with, like, regularly. But then now with Rotmire, I guess it's 10 out of 10 Mythic? Yeah. So we'll be doing our usual 10 out of 10 Mythic Reclear. I will be playing... let me check the roster. I know I'm playing Guardian Druid and Prot Warrior. I just don't know which one is tomorrow. And... okay, it looks like Prot Warrior is actually tomorrow. Yeah. Well, tomorrow, as in later today, actually. It'll be tomorrow for me, because I will have slept in between now and then. Which, you know, to me, that's my tomorrow. But it'll be later today, basically in 14 hours. Pretty much exactly 14 hours from the time of that I'm streaming at this exact moment in time. And yeah, it looks like I am playing Prot Warrior in this week's split. I'm playing Prot Warrior for everything except Beleren and Midnight Falls. For Beleren and Midnight Falls, I'm on Blood DK, just because we don't want to mix up the comps too much for the bosses that are really hard. But I said this before. Currently, I talked with my co-tank. The plan is I'm going to be doing Blood DK. We're doing 3 split runs, actually. Yeah, so further context. We're doing 3 split runs for 12.1 Venomous Deeps. That's the plan. So all of us need to have 3 characters ready. My main, most likely, will be Blood DK. Because both me and my co-tank agree Blood DK is basically a sure pick. And it'll probably be me playing it. He's going to get one ready, too, as one of his 3 alts. But I will probably be the one maining it. And we both think that the comp will be Blood DK Prot Paladin. And if Prot Paladin is the play, then he's going to be on Prot Pally. So I suppose if Prot Pally is not the play, then I guess I might end up on, like, Guardian or Prot Warrior or something like that, and then he'll play Blood DK. but we're going to get both of them geared anyway, so it won't matter. But I will most likely be playing Blood, and then my other two characters, like I said, Guardian and Prot. And my Blood Decay has been my main the entire tier, so it's 292 item level, it's already super geared. I don't need to do much with it, but we're still bringing it to the last two bosses just to make that easy. But for the earlier bosses, like Void Spire, Dream Rift, etc., everybody's bringing their third split run alts to start getting them more gear, so that going into the next season, we have, ideally, all three characters at around 290, just to make it as easy as possible to do, like, early season M+, and then our normal and heroic splits. That's the plan. So I'll be playing Prot Warrior later today, and then tomorrow, on Wednesday, we're doing another re-clear, and I will be on Guardian Druid for that. And yeah, I'll be on Guardian Druid for the whole thing, the entire re-clear, even Lura. And then on Thursday, there is more raid testing that just got announced, so I'll stream that as well. And my group for M+ testing has also planned to do some dungeons later at night on Thursday, probably around like 9 p.m. Eastern. So I'll probably stream all of that. The only, like, if I am not feeling well, if I wake up and I feel like shit, I might not stream Raid Reclear, just because, like, you know, I don't want to stress myself out too much if I'm already not feeling good. That happened one day last week. I just woke up, felt like crap, didn't want to stream. But if I'm not feeling like crap, then I will stream our later tonight Raid Reclear and then our Wednesday Raid Reclear, and I will definitely be streaming raid testing and M+ testing, and that is on Thursday. Didn't they nerf preseason gear by increasing Season 2 gear item levels, so instead of going in with Champ, we go in with Vet? Yeah, pretty much. That's the exact reason why my guild is planning to do 3 split runs, because our gear is basically going to be worse going into the season, so we're going to ideally need to do a 3rd split to make sure that we're as geared as possible. So, gotta make sure we're ready for that. But yeah, it really dumb change, by the way. I fucking hate that they did that. It's so fucking stupid. I wrote, like, a long post in my Discord. I wouldn't say it's one post, it's, like, multiple posts where I'm, like, ranting about it in the PTR discussion channel. And it seems like most people agree. It's just, to be clear, by the way, the item level nerf that Blizzard did, or rather, they buffed the item levels of the next season to make the jump larger. That is just a massive fuck you to the player base. If you don't see that and you're not mad, then, you know, rethink your stance, because there are zero upsides at all. Zero upsides to them increasing the item level gap. If they increase the item level, like, the way that, the thing I think people keep forgetting, right, is they give us systems like Nebulous Void Cores, like bonus rolls, like fucking Rotmire, higher item level loot. They give us stuff that inflates our end of season item level, and then they, in their post, use that as a justification on why they needed to increase the item level. But the problem is, all the shit that they add just adds to the amount of farming time that I need to do. Like, having to do all this farming later in the season to, like, get my fucking Nebulous Void Cores or whatever, the Ascendant Void Cores, like, that was annoying. At this point, it's done, but I had to spend time doing that when it first came out to make sure that I had it for raid. I have to do all this fucking Omnium Folio shit. I had to farm bonus rolls and then run M+ dungeons to bonus roll to get that guaranteed. Which, you know, yeah, is it good for gearing? Sure. Am I glad it exists? Sure. But if you're going to add that, then accept the fact that you're letting players get to the endgame gear faster. It should be a player-friendly system. But any sort of, like, player-friendliness that could be, like, I guess... how do I word this correctly? If you think Blizzard was doing that because they wanted to make gearing easy, because they wanted to make the game more fun and engaging for the player base, the fact that they are increasing the item level gap is just a massive fuck you and shows that they don't give a fuck about the players. All they care about is increasing playtime. So they're, like, double squeezing us. We have to do more farming during, like, Season 1 now to get all of our best in slot gear, but then all of our progress is effectively wiped, and we have to do even more farming at the start of the next season. It kind of, in one way, like, you're only getting fucked partially. Like, technically, one of those kind of cancels out the other, right? So if we had to farm extra gear at the end of the season, but then they didn't increase the jump, then our time wouldn't necessarily be wasted with this end of season stuff, because we would be going in at a higher item level. And then, like, the inverse is true, right? if we never had this like end of season stuff and they didn't increase the item level gap and it was just like a regular season, then we go in, we have to farm the same amount that we always do. But we're getting like, you know, kind of shafted both ways here. We have to farm more in season 1, and then we still have to do the same amount of farming that we would normally do at the beginning of the season. It's just anti-player, plain and simple. There is absolutely zero player-friendly justification for this. It is purely playtime metric bullshit, as they always do. So I've seen some people try to justify this as like, well, of course they have to increase it. It would be really silly if we went in with higher item level. Like, Blizzard's the one who gave us that higher item level. It's not like the entire player base cheated to get higher item level than normal. It's because of the FOMO, like, grind shit they added themselves. They're the ones who control the rate at which we control item level. Like, the amount of people I've seen who don't understand, like, basic cause and effect of, like, Blizzard is creating the problem and then using that problem they've created as like the justification for the solution, which only negatively impacts the player base, and people will like defend it using Blizzard's justification. Like, how do you not see that like they are trying to fucking brainwash you into thinking that this is like proper logic when like, no, wake the fuck up, you're just getting fucked over. But the problem is so many people just blindly consume this fucking slop garbage that Blizzard does every single fucking patch. And so they get away with it. And so this game continues to fucking decline. And I don't want it to. I want this game to be better. But if Blizzard keeps just running this game into the fucking ground with their just endless treadmill grinding shit, then the moment Guild Wars 3 comes out, this game is fucking dead. And I mean, as much as I want Guild Wars 3 to be really good, I have a lot of hope for it. I also do still really like this game. I really like World of Warcraft. And I would like it if they just, like, woke the fuck up and realized that by, like, just extracting fucking playtime metrics out of their player base, they are not really generating any goodwill. And it's like, yeah, I enjoy raiding, and there's nothing else like it right now, so I'm going to keep doing it. But the moment another MMO comes around that can even remotely compare to this game, it's going to be a really fucking tough sell to keep putting up with Blizzard's bullshit, considering, you know, if Guild Wars 3 is even remotely half-decent endgame PvE content, I mean, if anybody has played Guild Wars 2, you know just how extremely player-friendly the design of Guild Wars 2 has always been. So, you know, it kind of feels good to play a game that actually respects your time and doesn't try to fucking shaft you at every possible opportunity. It feels bad. It feels bad having this, like, constant antagonistic feeling from Blizzard with every change they make. And it feels worse being told, we're listening, we're trying to help the player base, when they never fucking are. They blatantly are not. And then having to listen to people fucking try and justify this, it's so fucking exhausting. Anyways, that technically was not really... I know you just kind of pointed out that the item level is being increased, but then I'm still really mad about that change. It's such a massive fuck you. Do I like FF rating, or do their rotations put you off? I like FF. I have rated briefly at certain points in time in Final Fantasy. The main thing for Final Fantasy for me is it's a lot of time to keep up with. Final Fantasy, I'll be honest, I don't dislike the combat. And I have, like, the times I have rated, I have enjoyed it. But it's really difficult to keep up with multiple MMOs at the same time. And, like, as of a month ago, I've started playing Guild Wars 2 again, and it's actually been super chill playing Guild Wars 2, because I can just, like, I have a little bit of free time, I'll just log in, do a few daily things, and have fun, and then log out. Like, Guild Wars 2 is very, very little FOMO, and all my progress has been saved. But Final Fantasy, the thing that I like about it the most, which has always been the story, is also kind of its biggest weakness, because... the problem that I have with Final Fantasy is I like the story, I want to play through the story, but the story is also a massive fucking time sink. So, I still haven't finished the Endwalker patch content, and I haven't played through Dawn Trail at all. So, for me to ever get into Final Fantasy rating, like, for real, it would have to be at a point where I've actually fully caught up with the story, because I don't want to skip through it, I enjoy it. But then it leads to situations like this where I'm like, oh, could I try Final Fantasy XIV right now? Sure. Do I want to invest 50 hours or however long into finally getting through Dawn Trail? I'll save that for another time. So I definitely at some point in the future want to go back and play through Final Fantasy and try it. Honestly, the new expansion that's coming out later this year, I might try and get caught up before then, because the rotation changes and stuff seem interesting. Not that it's ever really bothered me. I have heard that since I stopped playing, a lot of people I know who have played Final Fantasy XIV have, like, told me that the homogenization for class design has gotten really bad, and a lot of specs don't really feel as fun as they used to. I've heard especially Warrior, apparently, which I really liked Warrior Tank. Apparently that's been, like, severely dumbed down, which is a bummer. Warrior and Gunbreaker were the two specs that I always played, or jobs, or whatever it's called in FF. So it would be a bummer if they were dumbed down, but yeah, no, I never had an issue. The times I did raid in FF, I enjoyed it, but that is kind of the problem for Final Fantasy. It's a lot to keep up with, and the reality is I just don't have that much time. Are there any videos for Guild Wars 3? Guild Wars 2 looks like old crap. I disagree. Honestly, I think Guild Wars 2's graphics have held up pretty well. I mean, to each their own, right? But is it, like, at this point, probably because WoW has been continually, like, updated, WoW's graphics probably look better than Guild Wars 2. I think that's probably fair, but I don't know. I've never cared about graphics. I mean, I enjoy playing Classic, and I don't give a shit about the graphics in Classic. Like, it's... I think Guild Wars 2 looks perfectly fine. But no, as far as I'm aware, there aren't any... well, I think technically the preview trailers for Guild Wars 3, which I believe is being made in Unreal Engine, they say it uses gameplay footage, so I guess you can watch that if you're curious, but they haven't done any, like, actual gameplay showcases yet. They only just announced it, like, a month or so ago. Which healer is next on Zero to Hero? Mistweaver Monk. So at some point next weekend, we'll be doing Mistweaver. I will post whenever we're doing that. Probably... I doubt it's going to be Friday, because I'm going to be streaming, later today, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I could use a break. But Saturday or Sunday, over the weekends, probably. We'll see. Arceus said, man, I really want to get back into retail and love M+ specifically, but you hate to wait an hour just to get accepted, even with good Raider IO to dungeons as DPS. No spec will make that. You're asking the wrong question. What spec is so good that this won't be a problem? None. Absolutely none. The real issue is you're doing it as a DPS, right? What key do I have? Pit of Sauron? So, I'm going to show you why your logic is flawed. And obviously, I'm going to then explain. Somebody else said, run your own key as a DPS. That is correct. What Fullhaven said is correct. You want to run your own key. But I'm going to show you why. Why should you run your own key? Start a group. Plus 12. I'm not actually going to run this dungeon, but just to demonstrate. We'll just sit here and wait. If you are a tank or a healer, it's a lot easier. But even then, like, if you are playing, so you didn't say what spec you played. You just said, I hate to wait an hour to get into a group. And then, is there a DPS spec? But the way that you worded it makes me think that you're playing an off-meta spec or something like that. And obviously, getting into keys as a DPS, I say I'm going to demonstrate, of course, then I list the key and fucking nobody applies. When I listed the Skyreach, I got like a surge of applicants. I'm going to look at this rogue, 289 end level, 3.5k main, Guardian Druid, 279. Obviously, that's a tank, right? But, so, are you 289 end level? And you said even with good Raider IO. What is good Raider IO? Obviously, this guy is low Raider IO, but they say 3.5k main, so maybe. But, like, obviously, if I was actually running this key, I would take the Guardian Druid, I would take the Rogue 289 level. This Warrior here, I wouldn't say 2.3k is bad if you're trying to do 10s and 12s, right? But 262 item level, it's kind of low, right? Paladin, same thing, 263. I was 275 when I started doing my first keys as Resto Druid, because I got gear and delves first. But... obviously, like, I don't know, I'm not getting a lot of applicants, so I'll delist. But generally speaking, you list up at least a desirable key, and the applicants flood in, right? When I listed the Skyreach, I got a bunch of people quickly applying for the key. And a lot of them, like, in that key we had 3.7k Warlock, that was like 292. We had, like, this Rogue was also really geared. The Warrior was geared. They were all in the 280s and had decent item level, like high, 2.8, 3k or something like that. So when you say you have good IO, you didn't say what your item level is. Honestly, compared to the other people applying next to you, it's probably not that good. Without further context, I can't say. But a lot of times I see people say that, of like, my IO should be good enough for this key. And it's like, yeah, your IO might be good enough for this key, but is the person running the key going to invite somebody with decent IO, decent item level, or are they going to take the 292 Warlock with 3.7k IO, who's just running this dungeon to spend a bonus roll or to get a weekly vault or something? Obviously, they're going to take a Warlock. It's no comparison. You're shit out of luck. You're playing the most in-demand role. It doesn't matter what spec you play. Frankly, a lot of times at this key level, people aren't really that particular about what specs they invite. Generally, when I list my key, I don't look for, like, what specs. Like, if I have a choice, I'll be like, okay, what specs are good? But generally, I list up a key, I see, like, okay, yep, that person's, like, extremely geared, extremely high IO, boop, 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 and then I fill my group, right? So that's what you're going up against. So realistically, you have two options, right? You can either play tank or healer. And even then, I mean, I don't know how long you've been watching, but when I tried to apply to 10s and 12s earlier on this Evoker 281 in bags, right? So that's what people see. So 281 item level. I had like, what, 2790 score or something before that Sky Reach, which, like, I would say that's a good, air quotes, good M+ rating, at least for 10s and 12s, right? I've done all of them. And yet I could not get invited as Prez. Now, even then, that's mostly Prez bias. People fucking hate Prez Evoker. But sometimes it's just tough. Like, I'm sure a lot of those keys I applied to, probably another extremely geared high IO healer applied, and they got taken. And healer is a more in-demand role. Same with tank. Yeah, like, okay, I said that correct. It's a more in-demand role, meaning it's easier to find a spot. So a good example is earlier today, before I started the Resto Druid Keystone hero, in order to make my life a little bit easier, I actually got a +11 key first, and I applied to a bunch of keys as a bear. I got invited to a random +11 as a Guardian Druid with 0 score. Literally 0. And some group was still willing to invite a 275 0 IO Guardian Druid. We +3'd the key, right? So it went well. But it goes to show how easy it is to get into groups with literally 0 IO, mediocre item level, and I still get invites as a Guardian Druid because, yeah, tanks are in demand, and obviously that's like the meta tank. So people who, only want the meta will say, fuck it, and invite me. It's easier if you're playing a tank or a healer. So you can, I see you said, fair enough, you love playing healer, but you're kind of a pussy to carry a whole group on your shoulders, making one failure and the keys depleted. I mean, that's not true. That's not true. I made multiple mistakes today. My first time playing Resto Druid, and the only key that actually got depleted was a tank who literally could not hold threat to save his life, and eventually rage quit the key and logs out because he died to a tank buster while pressing 0 defensives. That was the only key I depleted. And I made many mistakes. Definitely as a healer, making one mistake is not enough to cause the group to fail. And hell, you might, it's possible, you might fuck up tremendously. You'll fuck up a lot, the key will be depleted, and guess what? You've learned. That's how you learn. You learn by failing. So, if you like healer and you want to get better at it, you're going to fail a hell of a lot. God, the first few times I played Prez, like I said, so my Evoker, I'm on my Evoker right now. My Evoker is named Meow Ying. Right? And the reason for my Evoker being named Miao Yang is because Warhammer character, they're dragons, right? So, fitting. I like Warhammer, and it felt like a fitting name. So my Evoker has always been named Miao Yang. The first few times I started running Prez keys with my guild at the time, they started calling my Evoker Mao Zedong, because every single time they ran with my Evoker, everybody died. That's the nickname that I got, because I was that bad at Prez the first few times I ran it. It's gonna happen. But guess what? I feel like I'm pretty good at Prez now. I like the spec. But I had to brick a shitload of keys. If you go, you're watching on Twitch, go to my clips. I think it's still my most viewed clip, is one of my first Preservation Evoker keys. Now, that one was partially not my fault, but one of my friends was tanking on Vengeance Demon Hunter. I started ramping my Echoes. He Infernal Strikes into the first pack of Cinderbrew Meadery, immediately dies. And, I mean, in nowadays, definitely he fucked up. Like, he was not confident at Vengeance. But I didn't time dilate him. I was still new to Prez, so I'm like, alright, I don't know what I'm doing. Didn't time dilate him. He immediately walks in and dies. So, yeah. That's how it goes. That key was bricked. That key got bricked in, like, under 2 minutes. Record time. It's gonna happen. You're a 293 Blood Decay with 3,400 IO, and you still get denied to keys? Yeah. As we saw yesterday, there is a lot of bias out there against Blood Decays. It's rough. But there's definitely... I mean, that's obviously a little bit of a different story, right? The whole, like, people picking meta and people just having way too much competition for DPS. They're kind of, like, two different problems, but it can be both, right? If you're playing an off-meta spec and you're, like, 275, 2,500 IO or something like that, that's, like, a deadly combination. But... definitely, like Fool's Haven said before, run your own key. That's really, if you are dedicated to playing DPS, if you don't want to play tank or healer, which, like, hey, that's fine. I completely understand not wanting to play something that you don't want to play, and not wanting to do that just to push score. Totally fine. But the reality is you're going to have to push your own key. That is just how the system is designed. There's no real way around it. And... the reality is, like, I know people ask for, like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there was, like, solo QM+, and I think there's, like, an add-on or something that does it. But, realistically speaking, the queue time for DPS, just like for random dungeons, have always been, queue time for DPS will be, like, 30 minutes, and the queue time for tanks will be instant, and the queue time for healers will be instant. At the very least, because a lot of people are reluctant to push their own key, because, like, yeah, it does take a little bit of effort, the reality is, if you push your own key, that problem is solved. So there is a way to basically bypass the queue times. It's just, it's not the prettiest solution ever. It does take a little bit of work. But every single time that I've done a Keystone Hero challenge on a DPS-only spec, or DPS-only class, like Mage, Rogue, Hunter, Warlock, might be more, I'm forgetting. But every time I do that, I have to push my own key. And then on all of the other classes that can either be a tank or a healer, I've always started... the challenge, or the start of the season on a tank or a healer. Obviously, I'm main tank, so like that, naturally. But one of the reasons why I primarily played Disc, Prez, and Resto Shaman so far is because those classes can't tank. So, out of the classes that can heal, but can't tank, the first thing I tried to learn how to do is how do I play those healer specs. But the reason why I haven't really bothered with Resto Druid so far is because I've always been able to just play Guardian. But one of the main things I prioritize is I need to understand, on a spec that can tank or heal, I need to be able to play that spec, because it's just going to make your life so much easier. How would you advise someone who wants to tank first time going into next season of M+? 1, play Guardian, 2, Prophet. Like, Guardian, honestly, is kind of a pretty safe bet. Guardian looks pretty good next season, but Boomkin also looks pretty good. So, from what I have heard, like, I have not done a lot of M+ testing, and really, when I test M+, like, I've done all my M+ testing so far as Blood DK, because I like playing Blood DK, it's what I'm probably going to play in Raid, and I don't care that it's not really going to be good in M+, I just want to see, like, how do I do keys as Blood DK effectively here. So... I haven't really been tapped into what, like, the M+ meta is going to be, but I have heard that Guardian looks solid. The main thing that I've heard people freaking out about is Prop Pally apparently looks really good. So if you want to be really good, and hey, tuning is subject to change, right? Like, at the start of the season, for this season, everybody was playing Brewmaster, and then Alun's Chosen got Giga buffed, and now everybody's playing Guardian. So it kind of shifts. It depends, like, tanking for the first time, like, there's kind of a difference, though, between, like, tanking the first time and I want to push as high as possible. So, the way that you worded that question, I would imagine you're not looking for, like, what tank is going to be meta, what tank's going to, get me the most score, right? If you're just trying to learn tank, I think if you're trying to learn anything, unless you're fucking stupid like me, and are trying to do all healers at the same time, though admittedly, I've already played 3 of them, at least. I'm doing this more to force myself to play healer, but it helps when learning something to like focus on just figuring out one thing at a time. And I think that if you're getting into tanking, just pick one tank, and Guardian Druid is a good option for sure, and make sure you're really good at that tank, and just try to get the ins and outs of it. I think Guardian Druid, Prot Warrior, and Prot Pally, all three of those, you can't really go wrong, because all three of them look like they're going to be solid for both M+ and raiding. Blood DK is going to be fucking nuts for raid, and while I enjoy playing Blood DK and M+, Blood DK is usually one of the worst M+ tanks, if not the worst. So, you know, if you're trying to play M+ primarily, then Blood DK might not be the pick, even if it is fun. But, and then Brewmaster Monk. Brewmaster might be okay in M+ still next season. Brewmaster, I can say very confidently, is going to be, if no changes happen, the worst tank in raids. Even worse than Vengeance Demon Hunter next season. And similarly, Vengeance is probably not going to be a great option. But, you know, Vengeance is okay. It has a lot of issues right now that make it hard to... Well, I don't enjoy it, personally. But, yeah, maybe you enjoy it. It would be better than Brewmaster, for sure. Brewmaster is, like, so fucked right now. I did kind of call it. I feel so vindicated. Like, I'll be honest, right? When it comes to tank stuff, I tend to be pretty on the money, right? I mean, I would hope so. I've been playing the fucking role for 10 years, and I actively play all the tank specs, but I've been pretty accurate with that. I was like one of the only people super duper dooming about Brewmaster going into Midnight, and a bunch of people were like, "Oh, but it's so good in M+." And so my raid leader, despite me, an experienced Brewmaster player, saying many times to him, Brew is absolutely dog shit. Brew is not the play to get monk buff. Please do not make me play Brew. And that he still made me play Brew. And then he made me swap Prot Warrior week 2 of the season because he realized Brew was shit and Mistweaver was good. But like, I'm like, look, if you trust anybody on Brew, like, I should be the one you trust, right? I've played this spec for fucking ages. And I was the only one, the sole voice in a sea of people glazing the fuck out of the Brew changes. Oh, it's so nice. Wow. Look who is right. The Brew changes are actually completely fucking terrible, and the only thing that is keeping Brew even remotely viable in M+, is Vital Flame and the healing from fire damage. And because that is like, because Monk buff is good in certain comps, and because Brew has decent sustain against high targets, and because Stagger is at least a effective mitigation tool in M+, because, like, you don't really have that many tank busters, and usually you can survive those, at least in an M+ environment, Brew ends up being passively good in M+. Now, considering a lot of tanks are getting upgrades, including Bear actually getting a slight nerf from where it is now, but Prot Pally's getting a massive upgrade, and Bear, I think, is more getting, like, a minor nerf. Brew's getting fucking nothing. Brew's still behind the other tanks, and in raids, holy shit, Brew is fucked next season. It has absolutely nothing going for it. It's currently the worst season. It's the worst tank in Midnight Season 1, by far, for raids. It's super fucking bad, and it's getting nothing, whereas basically every other tank is getting buffs for raid. Prot Warrior might get slightly worse in raid, but Prot Warrior is still pretty far ahead of Brewmaster, both in damage and survivability. And there's a chance that Colossus Prot Warrior just ends up doing more damage anyway, so it might still end up being higher damage. It's definitely going to be tankier. So, I don't know, man. Brewmaster needs fucking God. Really, they just need to revert the dogshit changes they gave to it this expansion. Like, let Brewmaster keep Vital Flame. The stuff that makes Brewmaster playable in M+, which is pretty much just Vital Flame, that's the only thing that Brewmaster has been missing. Sustained healing in an AoE environment. That's it. That's all it needed. But revert all of the other dogshit, please. Give us back, like, the core kit for War Within Brewmaster, and the spec is saved. Instead of making it so Fort Brew is our only fucking defensive, give us back Diffuse Magic, give us back Dampen Harm. Holy shit, it's crazy. Like, it's still insane to me that Prot Warrior has 2 charges of Shield Wall and Spell Reflect, Guardian Druid has Barkskin and 2 charges of Survival Instincts, and Prot Paladin, 2 charges of Guardian Ancient Kings, Ardent Defender. Honestly, Prot Paladin has Bubble as a defensive. Blood DK even, like, I was gonna say Blood DK is Death Strike, but Blood DK still has IBF, it has fucking Vamp Blood, it has AMS. Now, those are weaker defensives, relatively speaking, to a lot of the other ones I named, but then also Blood DK has Death Strike, right? What's the other tank I forgot? Vengeance Demon Hunter? Vengeance is a little bit problematic just because it's heavily reliant on meta, but you actually get so many meta resets that in practice, Vengeance actually has way more cooldown uptime than Brewmaster Monk. You also, I think, yeah, you still have Fiery Brand, which is a secondary cooldown. Brewmaster has Fortifying Brew. That's it. They somehow took away 66% of Brewmaster's defensive cooldowns and, like, barely touched the other tanks. Fucking why? They say, like, oh, we're going to nerf tank defensiveness across the board, and then they just overly penalize Brewmaster, but, like, don't touch the other tanks. They kind of nerfed Prop Heli defensives, which is one of the reasons Prop Heli has been a bit weak this season. But now Prop Heli's getting rework. A lot of the issues that Prop Heli had with the changes going into Midnight are now getting fixed. Now Prop Heli looks really strong. Okay. Why does Prop Heli get a rework that fixes a lot of its problems, but Brewmaster is still left to rot? Fuck if I know. So yeah, all that to say, I don't recommend Brewmaster next season. But if you want a good tank to play, I would say pick one of those three. Bear, Prot Warrior, Prop Heli. Pick one of the three. Maybe try out all of them at a basic level. See which one you really vibe with the most. And then pick that one to main. And then try to do as much as you can. Try to be the best of that particular spec that you can be. And then once you feel like, hey, I really got the hang of this, then maybe try picking up another spec and trying to be the best of that you can be. But until you're really confident at that one spec, or if you decide, like, this really isn't for me, I should try something else, then maybe. But if you're trying to get into tanking, it's best to focus on one tank and just be really good at that one tank. And then you can expand your arsenal over time. Really, I would say that's the case for basically learning any spec in the game. But tank especially. Crazy thing is you swap to Unholy TK and you get almost instant invited. Yeah, it does not surprise me. You think you'll go with Guardian after all, since your most geared character is Boomy? Yeah. And Guardian definitely, I think Guardian's also a very nice tank to get into. It's very, it's strong, obviously, but it's very forgiving. It has a decent amount of talent diversity. At least it will next patch, right? In M+, you probably still won't be able to play Druid of the Claw, but the fact that it has 2 viable hero talent builds is pretty nice. You can say that about, like, a decent amount of specs now, kind of. But historically, like, either Templar or Lightsmith has been dominant for Prop Heli. Same with Colossus or Mountain Thane. Right now, I guess, like, the Brewmaster Monk ones are kind of balanced. Blood DK actually has extremely good balance right now for its hero talents. Probably the best out of any tank, I think. Vengeance Demon Hunter is extremely one-sided as well, so... Make sure you're kitty weaving while you tank M+. Well, yes and no. You do not actually kitty weave when you tank M+. You don't do anything in cat. The only thing you do is you shift cat form, you apply Heart of the Wild, Feral Frenzy, and then you shift back into bear form. And you talent fluid form. So, cat weaving technically is for all of the specs, right? Well, I guess not for Boomy, right? Cat weaving is for Resto and Guardian. There have been times, like back in War Within, and I liked that version of Guardian. Back in War Within, you actually did, like, apply Rip at the very least. There was a bit more involvement for cat weaving. Nowadays, you don't. Nowadays, it's actually not even worth the GCD to apply Rip. You play Fluid form, so you press Rake. Rake shifts you into cat form. Then you press Heart of the Wild, apply Feral Frenzy to your usually primary target or boss. You generally want to save it for bosses if you can. And then you press Mangle in cat form, and then with fluid form, Mangle shifts you back into bear form. That is the only engagement with cat weaving that you do as a Guardian in M+. It's not something that you actually have to actively do. But yeah, that's Guardian. Let's see. Your pugging 21s is off meta. You need Seat, Nexus Point, and I forget what SR is. Still, you never run your own keys, takes too long. Well, yeah, we're talking about early keys. Obviously, yeah, if you're doing 20s and 21s, that's a different story. But that entire discussion, presumably, was somebody just getting into keys. Age of Sigmar over 40k? Well, I'm a Warhammer fantasy enjoyer, so I don't play either. but I play Total War Warhammer specifically. But I have also, like, I've looked at the fantasy tabletop stuff, and it seems interesting. Never played it, but I've done some reading on it because I play Total War Warhammer all the fucking time. Well, used to. These days, I'm too busy. I have looked at the previews for Warhammer 40k Total War. It actually seems pretty interesting, so... I mean, I just love Total War as a franchise, and it happened to, you know, the Warhammer game for that happened to be really fucking good, and that also got me hooked on fantasy, but I will almost certainly play 40k Total War whenever it comes out, and then maybe that'll get me really into 40k and stuff. We'll see. Cinderbrew tank, rushing, charging, hunting, and dying is a rite of passage? Absolutely. Alright, I think I ended up yapping for about... I was basically saying I'm about to end stream, and then somebody asked a question, and then I spiraled off into a rant for, like, another 15 minutes, and then 30 minutes later of answering questions. Here we are. But it's 6:37. We're all done with keys for today. Like I said, I'll be streaming later today for my guild's Reclear. I'll be playing Prot Warrior. And I will be doing Mistweaver Monk Keystone Hero later this week, probably on Saturday or Sunday. That'll be the next installment of this. But yeah, thank you all for showing up. I'll end it here. See you in the next one. Peace.